Will the Public Safety Committee please come to order on this glorious Wednesday morning? Madam Clerk, do we have a quorum? Would you please call the roll? Present. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate those members that are here who are not on the committee as well. Before I go into the, we have three departments, three divisions we're going to go over today: Division of Fire, Division of EMS, Division of Animal Control and Care and Control. We're also going to look at Police Accountability Team and Community Police Commission. If we have the time, and we're going to make sure we have the time. But before I do that, I want to congratulate our colleague, Councilman Danny Kelly, on his election yesterday. Ran a upbeat, positive race, and the people of Ward 11 are very fortunate to have you, my friend. So again, congratulations to you. I also want to thank the voters in the city of Cleveland for rejecting issue 38, which could have brought about layoffs, cutbacks in city services, etc. My deep appreciation to the council president, all members of council who worked out there, in light of the fact that there were people here at City Hall who were missing in action. So again, to my colleagues at City Hall and Council, I want to thank you all for getting out there and vote. And again, we have a lot of things to discuss within the body as it pertains, like things I heard on Election Day, and I'll be sending stuff over to my colleagues indicating what I had heard on Election Day, which is some very interesting comments and issues. So without further ado, we're going to get into the Division of Fire. I want to thank the chief for being... Oh, we're going to do EMS first then. Thank you. I didn't see you. Beat me to the punch because they have on this sheet here. They have fire first. Okay. So I want to thank the commissioner and assistant commissioner for being here today. I'm hoping to hear some good news from you gentlemen today. So, Commissioner, the floor is yours. Identify yourself for the viewing public.
Commissioner Wheeler, Division of EMS. I'm going to hand it off to Interim Deputy Commissioner Chapin for the PowerPoint presentation.
Thank you. Deputy Commissioner.
Good morning.
Pull your mic in very close to you. Thank you very much, sir.
Good morning.
Thank you.
I am Interim Deputy Commissioner Christopher Chapin. I believe EMS is on a good path for improvement that started this year. The Division of EMS has been able to increase staffing in 2023 and maintain diversity within our ranks. We have replaced our attrition and have added additional personnel this year. In addition to the numbers shown, we also have a class of 8 emergency medical dispatchers, which will be starting on Monday, November 13th. And it is our goal, and we feel good about the possibility of being fully staffed through all ranks of the division by 2024. We have done a great job replenishing the fleet this year. We have deployed 9 new ambulances in this year alone. We are scheduled to receive an additional 4 ambulances in the 4th quarter of this year or early 2024. After all of these are deployed, we will have no frontline ambulances on our fleet with greater than 120,000 miles. All of these units have the power load system, which enables the crew to load the patient into and out of the ambulance with just a push of a button. This greatly reduces the chance of injury to the crew and to the patient. We've also been very diligent about lowering our response times. Our average response times to Delta calls, which are deemed critical calls, has decreased from 19 seconds from 2022. And our echo calls, which are calls where the patient has ineffective or no breathing, have decreased by 14 seconds on average. We believe that our efforts in decreasing demand by working with our healthcare partners to ensure frequent utilizers have appropriate health plans as well as working diligent to maintain and increase staffing levels, and our continued hard work by all of our personnel have contributed to these improved response times. We are continuing to work on improving our training for our new and current personnel. We strive to improve our mental health response training by continuing our partnership with Magnolia Clubhouse, which allows our personnel to interact with mental health consumers who are not in crisis and to learn about mental health from multiple different vantage points. In addition, we have offered Crisis Intervention Team, or CIT training, to all of our supervisor personnel. They train alongside other public safety personnel to learn appropriate management techniques for those individuals who are in crisis so they can safely receive care. Our newest training initiative is what we call our lateral transfer program. This is for new hires who are state-certified paramedics with at least 1 year of experience in either a hospital or ambulance setting. These individuals are brought in with a starting wage of a first-year paramedic, and they have a shorter initial training and evaluation period than regular hires. The first class of this kind started on Monday, November 6th, and projected goal is to have these individuals functioning as paramedics in ambulances within 8 weeks of hire. The slide states that there are six paramedics that started, but we actually had 7. We believe that the Division of EMS is one of the best pre-hospital care providers in this country, and we are going to continue to work hard and will always strive to be better in every aspect of the division and our care. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner, do you have any comments?
Well, Chair, I would like to say that we have worked to ensure that our training aspect, we make sure that we have encompassed everything from start to finish. So for our new hires, if you're hired as an EMT or a civilian, after we train you, we also have implemented an in-house paramedic program so that we can keep a better focus on how training's going and reduce costs to personnel.
Any other comments?
And we have also, after this class starts on Monday for the EMDs, this will be the first time in my 29 years plus with the city of Cleveland that our dispatch will be fully staffed. Yes.
That's positive to hear that, because obviously dispatch is of great importance as well. Looking at your budget, the numbers that I have, and again, for the viewing public, it was the discussion of the council president, leadership team, and all members that we do pre-budget analysis and oversight of every city department and division leading up to the budget, so we can get a better understanding as to where they are at this point, what have been the successes in the first 3 quarters of the year, and where there's been some issues or potential problems or maybe red flags that could be going off in the future. Looking at your budget, there is you're at, let me see, I'm going through, 100%, 110% over right now of travel. Let me see. Office supplies, 353% increase. Printed materials, 157% increase at this moment. Can you tell us what's going on there?
Chair, well, as far as office supplies, as you see, the budget's not that great for office supplies.
Okay.
So we have implemented a lot of new programs which incurred more expense for office supplies. So we purchased those office supplies. with the hope of having some transfers from some of the areas that we have cost savings, such as training.
Okay. What about the medical supplies, 106% as of right now?
Well, as far as medical supplies, the cost of medical supplies, medications, and everything have gone up drastically.
Okay.
That's an expense that we could not circumvent.
Okay. And let me see what else we have here, through here. So with regard to your overall budget, the overall budget of $34 million, you will believe for the most of your line items, you will fall within what you've budgeted?
That's correct.
Okay. As we look at next year, any potential increases above and beyond what we're looking at now?
Chair, the expected increases are the same as this year. It's going to be medical supplies, pharmaceuticals,
Okay.
and medical equipment.
Okay. Director, do you care to comment?
Thank you, Chair. Council, through Chair, under the leadership of Commissioner Willer, Interim Deputy Commissioner Chapin, and with the support of the Mayor, is that we have really looked at the issues being faced by EMS here for the City of Cleveland in comparison to the divisions of EMS or EMS operations around the country. And what we have seen is that there has been some of what you just discussed, increased cost of pharmaceuticals, which really has to be addressed at the national level.
Yes.
We have significant amount of U.S. tax dollars that go to pharmaceutical companies. Every major medication that has been developed from these pharmaceutical companies have been supported by funding of tax dollars, but U.S. citizens pay the highest rate of any developed country for pharmaceutical drugs. That is something that absolutely needs to be addressed at the state and federal level, and it's impacting emergency medical services and citizens around the country. The other thing that we've seen is that we've seen staffing issues. The pandemic put a significant strain on emergency medical services. We have seen folks who were eligible for retirement, paramedics and EMTs, retire. We have seen folks who have been in this profession for a long time leave for a different profession. The strain on them was significant. What that has led to nationally is a lack of institutional knowledge being present to help develop new hires. So what Commissioner Willer has done is, again, with the support of Mayor Bibb, is how do we get people to become paramedics at no or minimum cost to themselves? We have the EMD, Emergency Dispatcher to EMT program, where you can go from emergency dispatcher to EMT, and then you can go into being a paramedic. Grateful to this body for passing the legislation and for making it possible for us to reimburse EMTs who seek paramedic training. We have partnered, I believe, with University Hospital to put EMTs into training programs at no cost. And we have an in-house paramedic training program to certify EMTs to paramedics. Then the other thing is that Commissioner Willer is working with Director Pomerantz on a summer EMT program that will take 17-year-olds through a 5-week program to get their EMR certification, emergency medical response, 2 classes, to put young people on the path to becoming EMTs. What that EMR program, what the summer EMR program does, is it will allow these folks, these young people who are interested in careers in EMS, to apply to EMS as EMTs, and their training will be shorter. It will be cut by 5 weeks. The 5 weeks that they receive for their EMR certification will benefit them. We are working on an immediate solution and a long-term solution to the EMS staffing issues, as well as the lateral program as was previously discussed, so that we can work to make sure that the Division of EMS is fully staffed with excellent trained and competent EMTs and paramedics, and create a pipeline into those paramedic programs. And we believe that that will help us retain quality talent, increasing the quality of service for the citizens of Cleveland.
Okay. Thank you, Director. And I'm glad you mentioned the fact that, because the Safety Committee, we had advocated for years that the city pay for the paramedic training. That was something that we felt, we were adamant about, that should not fall on the individual EMT, especially they had to get it on their own time, pay for it themselves. We thought that was a deterrent to getting folks to join EMS. So again, I'm glad that that has been resolved. I also want to thank my colleagues for supporting the purchase of the new EMS units using ARPA funds. That was there was a lot of discussion, and we all had a lot of priorities. We had a lot of requests. But again, I want to thank my colleagues for supporting the purchase of all the new EMS units. We've been greatly concerned about the response time. Now, you've basically said going into next year that light that is at the end of the tunnel is going to get brighter now as regard to filling open positions. So when do you think, give me some time frame, give the committee some time frame when you think the positions will be filled?
Chair, to council, we look at the end of first quarter possibly having every position filled or close to every position filled. Because with dispatch being fully staffed, then that will leave us with 13 open positions for paramedics. And we look to have those filled with new classes starting in January to February.
Okay. So you've given us some of the good news. What are still some of the challenges and obstacles?
Some of the challenges and obstacles are, as always, just daily staffing, which we have addressed. And, well, DC Chapin, interim DC Chapin, he spoke about our response times. Our response times to the most serious calls are still below the national average, and our overall response time are to the less serious calls are still below the national average, which for non-emergent calls for Alphas and Bravos is usually around 25 minutes, and we respond within about 12 minutes.
Okay.
And Chair, if I
Yes,
may,
Director.
I would ask Commissioner Wheeler to speak about the program that he has installed to address frequent callers.
Yeah,
I think that's important.
That's important. Please touch on that.
Okay. Chair, what we've done, we have worked with the area hospitals and within our administration, within our division rather, to find and identify these frequent utilizers. We make phone calls, we speak with the hospitals, we work on care plans, and we flag their information in our CAD system.
Okay.
And this right here, it gives us a chance to follow up with them later and find out, to make sure that their needs are being met medically. Like if they need primary care physician, if everything's going okay with them obtaining prescriptions, so on and so forth. So that's something that I started initially when I first was made interim commissioner.
Right.
And it's something that I continue to work on, and it's had some great results. And it's something that I continue to work on.
Okay. And I think that's important, because we've all heard the stories about the people that just, they sprain their finger.
Right.
And then someone's calling in for a heart attack or potential heart attack, and our units are having to be deployed. So again, of all the issues that I've dealt with over the years in council, to me, that's one of the most important, that you got to get a handle on that. I mean, I have a lady that calls me every day, some days 20 times, but I'm not EMS. She's not calling for emergency medical, but she's got other issues.
Right.
I think I know she's got some psychological issues, and I try to deal with her as best as I can, but I think she just wants to talk to somebody. So at the end of the day, and why she want to call and talk to the councilman is beyond me, but that's beyond the fact, okay? But the fact of the matter is I want to make sure that our folks that really need EMS service are not having to compete against those folks. That's what I want to make sure. I want to be assured of that. The newer members, or I think most of the members here, are not aware of the fact that City Council created EMS with the help of the administration, but it was the council that took the initiative to create EMS. There was no EMS in the day here. They would throw or load people, load people in the back of police cars, station wagons, and that must have been a fun ride, okay, to the nearest hospital. But at the end of the day, it's because of the growing challenges and the fact that people were dying that it was the position of the council in the early 70s to create EMS. So again, we've come a long way. I want to thank the director, the commissioner, assistant, deputy commissioner, for your presentation today. We want the best EMS service for our citizens that we can deploy. That's it. And again, to the viewing public, on all divisions and departments, council cannot hire, we cannot fire, we cannot deploy, we cannot administer. We provided the funding to EMS that we were requested by the administration. We did that gladly. And we want to make sure the funds are being properly spent, utilized, and that you're addressing those issues of great concern to our citizens in this body. So on that note, are there any questions of the committee to, yes, Councilman Slife?
Thank you. Just a couple questions, I guess in no particular order. One, thank you for all the work we're doing. It's as the council president said, on pay and efforts to retain. Do we have any data on, I guess, how do we grapple with like what we have we're putting the programs in place, but we know people leave, whether they retire, whether they go to fire, they just leave EM or the city entirely. Do we have a sense of the reasons people leave and the programs we're putting in place and kind of how the two are merging onto the highway to maybe the efficacy of the programs and our ability to like kind of retain, not just in theory but in practice?
Whoever can answer that?
Chair, the council person, we have, during everyone's exit, we find out the reason for leaving. We've lost a few to Cleveland fire. We lost a few to airport fire. But what the people that had challenges becoming state certified paramedics, we've addressed that by having an in-house paramedic program in which we keep better track of people's progress along with their clinical hours to ensure that we don't have to lose people to transfers or them resigning because they have not met the qualifications to become a paramedic within a time frame of 3 years.
Okay.
Can I
Go ahead.
add to
Yeah,
that?
good.
To answer your point more, pointedly, and to add something I think that is valuable, is that we know that folks transitioned because it was salary. That was significant. The quality of life in private ambulance services is not as good as the quality of life for the EMTs and paramedics for a city. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And then the other point that we've addressed is the feeling of being heard. Commissioner Wheeler and Deputy Commissioner Chapin have made it a point to sit down with the captains and to hear the captains out on a more regular basis for their input. There's a lot of valuable information from the experience of these folks. And on this side of the pandemic, where the hustle and bustle is still present, but we're settling into this new normal. And what is being done is that folks are feeling heard, they're feeling input, they're feeling valued. They're looking at the attempts at addressing staffing. These are all promising things from what I understand is what Commissioner Wheeler and Deputy Commissioner Chapin have brought to the table. And I think that's positive. And then the other thing is that making sure that folks who don't necessarily successfully complete EMT training, giving them an option to go into the EMDs and giving them the opportunity to do the EMD to EMT program, and folks who are applying for the EMD that's over our staffing level. We've worked with HR and explained the attrition rate during these classes and the dropout rate from the classes to make sure that we are hiring above to contemplate the future impacts of staffing transition, so that we're really working on, again, that long-term stable solution. And I think that that's all a positive, and that's a reaction to what we've heard as to some of the folks' frustrations that they've had with EMS.
Okay. Any other questions? Yes, go ahead.
I don't know, Chair.
Okay, what's your point, Councilman?
Hey, Chair, just the point through the chair that I definitely will ask. I know we get into these different budgeting situations, salary situations. I'm just trying to figure out what strategy have we took place to try to increase the salary. The reason why I asked this question through the chair is, we have a large budget when you look at the overall budget of public safety, and it's about 1/3 of our general fund budget, and it's almost $200-something million that we spend on public safety every year. And based on the operational overview that we had a couple weeks ago, it was showing that we got certain divisions that we may have a little bit more money left over at the end of the year after we finish out the budget, which is north of $30 million possibly on my estimation. It's just like, how do we figure out how to reallocate some of this funding to get salaries up to a level that's competitive to keep people? Because one of the things I don't want us dealing with is we're losing good employees due to somebody else paying them as it regards to overall safety in any department, and especially EMS. Like Dean just spoke on the history of how EMS started in the 70s. You look around, we're 50 years doing this type of service. We make it more modernized, but also making sure people getting paid a good salary and just figuring out how we can reallocate it. My question basically is, have we done any studies? Have we ever looked at what the plan is, what other cities is doing, or what can we do to be able to negate that situation? Through the chair.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank you.
Councilman.
Councilman, through the chair, I can tell you that through Chief Abunama, he has been really paying attention to these budgets. He has been really holding our feet to the fire with our expenditures. And finance would be best to answer that question more pointedly. But I can tell you this, is that when we're looking at public safety as a whole, there is a balancing out that has to happen. And then with any available funds after that, Chief Abunama, I think I can say it confidently. I don't think that he would strangle me for it. But he is, he wants to hear what we're looking at as far as the trends around the country. He wants to hear about the innovative things that other emergency medical services, fire services, and police services are doing around the country, and for us to figure out how we can get that funded, right? And that is not saying, here's this blank check, because we have to be responsible to the taxpayers, right? So we have to look, if we're going to do this innovative service, what do we do with this other service? So we have to find where it's antiquated, right? And trim from that so that we can get ready for the future. And we're doing that more now than I think in a long time. And that is something that, Mayor Bibb expects, Mayor Bibb supports, Chief Abunama expects, and we're working to fulfill that.
Thank you. Councilman Slate?
Thank you. And I think another question for finance is probably about billing. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I'll only bring it up because I think one of our goals for adjusting the billing rates was so that revenue could come back to EMS. So I will, if finance is listening, we're going to be asking about that. I think something that I'll be interested in for, especially as we get into budget hearings next year, is just some of the metrics, like on the hiring side or the retention side. Like, people will always leave. Like, spouse can get a job in another city. It's not gonna ever be 0%. But even just understanding kind of the longevity of people as they leave. And are we, if it's the case, and I don't know because I haven't seen the numbers, but if it's the case that the average person that is departing has been a staffer for maybe like 2 to 5 years or something, and we start to see that number kind of shift up and move towards more of like a retirement age, that I think that'd be like a demonstration that this is working. But obviously there's I don't think we have the duration of these changes in place for any amount of time yet to have any kind of data that you could really query. Similarly, I think having information on like response times, calls for service, and all that will be helpful as we try to align with the budget. My final question is to the commissioner. When you had said we are at full staffing, that is full staffing for the 2023 budget?
The full staffing would be for dispatch.
Or dispatch, I'm sorry.
Right, right.
Well, I guess what I'm interested in is even going back through some, I have in front of me, I'm toggling back and forth between the 2023 and the 2021 budget. And in 2023, we budgeted for just in the technicians. So I'm like the dispatchers and the technicians, which I think is just the paramedics and the EMTs. I think we budgeted for 235 positions in 2023, but in 2020, we budgeted for like 330 some. So I'm interested in it's good to be at full budget, but I think we also have to acknowledge that over the years we've cut the budget for arguably practical reasons. We were having trouble coming up to full numbers, so they were the empty positions. But I think the level of the scale of the need in the city and the number of the calls for service simply seems to justify being able to get back to what were more historic staffing levels. And I'm interested in understanding what our trajectory is to building up towards that. And like, it's good that we're going to have not as, the old squads driving down the street, but if we're able to get that hiring, would we need more ambulances, and are we having to pull those back into service, or do we have to purchase more, and just kind of how all of the cards fall as it relates to, and what my opinion would be is the goal of getting back to historic staffing, because like I said, I think the need's there. I don't know, so I guess the question would be, what is our staffing plan? Like, what are we looking at for staffing for the 2024 budget? If we're able to kind of speculate on that, and how does it kind of align with what were some more historic numbers that had a higher headcount?
Okay, so before you respond to that, again, just be mindful, everybody around the table, we have other divisions.
Sure.
But I just wanted to correct something. Council did not cut the budget of EMS. What we did at the end of the year, we did a transfer ordinance because there was a surplus. You had money not spent, but City Council completely funded EMS. So I want to just make that clarification.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
That's a great point, Chair. And if I may, Councilman, through the Chair, if I can answer that question, is that the staffing levels were adjusted because we wanted to be realistic. We knew from looking at the national trends that we were going to have staffing challenges. So we did not want to come and give this number that we knew we wouldn't be able to reach. We had to we set staffing levels at a rate of us to have a realistic goal to attain, and that really forced us to think innovatively about some of the programs that Commissioner Wheeler and Deputy Commissioner Chapin put in place with the support of the mayor on how to meet those staffing levels. Now, once we satisfy these staffing levels, once we attain the goal of being fully staffed under these numbers, we'll do a reassessment of what does services look like for the city of Cleveland, what does deployment look like for the city of Cleveland, what staffing levels do we need to adjust up if necessary, and then also with the vehicles, we have that added the Assistant Director of Fleet and Facilities Management, is that we want to pay really good attention and detailed attention to the fleet and make sure that now that we have an updated fleet, what is our strategy to maintain that? How often do we need to order vehicles based off of their shelf life, their life expectancy, and how do we take these newer vehicles and put them into the reserve to retire vehicles so we don't have unreliable vehicles in the reserve? So just to answer your question more pointedly is that we're looking at this strategic approach for sustainability and increase as needed.
Thank you,
Okay.
Director.
Thank you. And I'll close just by saying it comes back to my broader suggestion that we really need to have across the entire city, like what I call the aspirational budget. I think there's a perception out there that, you say we need 20 more ambulances. Like that's every year you start budget process by saying like the highest need. And I think in reality, we know that we can't hire, 800 more people to a single department, and funds are limited. So we budget knowing our limitations and trying to do the most we can do with what we project will be our revenue. Nevertheless, I think it is valuable to kind of have in the back of our head these numbers across all the different departments that are like, in a perfect world, this is really what we need to meet our expectations, so that we can sort of put that as like the goal banner in the office and know that we're working towards something instead of just constantly being in this reactive mode. So
Thank you, Councilman. Just so members are aware, years ago we conducted and put together a white paper on EMS, and it was the recommendation of council that there be 21 units staffed citywide. And that's been the administration's goal as well, correct? 21 units?
Chair, that's correct.
Okay,
Well, actually, during the day, we try to staff 25.
Okay.
Today, we're staffing 23. 23 is the bar that we set due to staffing.
well, that's even better yet,
But,
because we felt we needed to have at least 21 units out there. Okay, good. Any other questions of the committee at all? So we could, yes, Councilman Kelly.
Through the chair to the safety director. Brother Howard, could you get me some information on the summer EMT program?
I would defer to Commissioner Wheeler. It's his brainchild. So if you,
Okay.
Commissioner?
Councilman, through the chair, as soon as I'm working on that document this week, I should have it, and then I'll definitely make sure you get a copy.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, and I would ask you to do that for all members of the body. Any information you can supply us would be greatly appreciated. The other thing we're going to ask, so give you all heads up as we go toward next year, toward the budget. We're going to ask you to provide more data, if you can, based on ward statistics as well. So your alpha, your delta, all your calls, are you running the certain sections? Are you running the certain wards more frequently for certain calls? We want to get a council collectively, and this is going to be across the board. We want to get more data broken down by ward. You're looking at the broad picture, and I understand it, but we want to see what's happening in our neighborhoods. Are more calls coming in from one section of the city or one ward or another for various calls? More heart attacks in a given area, more car accidents in another area. So give you heads up. So start putting together as we go into next year. We're going to be looking starting January 1st, what data you can provide to us on a ward basis. And we might be asking for that on a quarterly basis as well, to get that information to all members of the body. Any other questions so
Chair,
we can move on?
can I
Yes,
just
Director.
address that
Yes,
point?
you may.
And I'm glad you brought that up, is because that's we're working with Urban AI on a broader that's part of the broader communications plans.
Yes.
That we have for public safety as a whole in communication to council.
Yes.
Additionally, we have added the annual reports and the mid-year reports. And council, you forgive me. I know that it was sent, but we were making sure they were getting drafted.
Yes.
The third quarter snapshots have been emailed
Oh, what do you have? Okay,
to
good.
you, and I actually have some here, hard copies.
Do you know when those went out?
To provide.
When those went out?
They went out yesterday.
Oh, okay.
They went
Okay.
out yesterday. As you were,
Okay.
I was out day before. I didn't get a chance to review them, but
That's all right.
but they did go out.
Thank you, Director. I appreciate that greatly. Any other questions? We have EMS, we have Animal Control, obviously Police Accountability Team, Community Police Commission. Anything, other questions? Yes. Councilman Harsh?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the commissioner, I'm looking at the annual appropriated budget versus actual numbers, and I'm just a couple questions for clarity.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, recruitment efforts and training efforts, where are they reflected in this budget? What is it? Where is it? Is it the student trainees line? Is that the training and recruitment efforts, or?
Councilman, through the chair, that would not be at the student trainee. That would be the individuals that we train during our academy. The recruitment is done through public safety, so it's not going to be reflected
Okay.
in here
Okay. So
in our
through
budget. But As far as training, we do have several training categories in the budget, but as far as recruitment, that is not going to be seen.
I believe that would be through Public Safety Administration,
Yeah.
correct?
That's done through
okay.
admin.
Yeah, if I may, so the efforts for recruitment, you will receive an annual report and a mid-year report. The mid-year report will be done next year for the first time for recruitment activities, but we pulled from there's the section here that's for like other training and professional services. So EMS is really good at making sure that we have what we need for recruitment initiatives. All the divisions do. So there's funding there in the divisions budgets that comes out of those spaces. Excuse me. And as well as there's grant funding that we receive that is through Safety Admin for recruitment. So there's not a specific recruitment line item.
Okay.
But it does come out of items like other training. Where's the other piece?
The 25,000.
Advertisement, professional services.
25, okay.
And
Okay.
it's contractual.
Through the chair, I'm just trying to understand how much we spend on training for new.
For recruitment?
So recruitment isn't handled under this budget, but training is. And that looks like about $500,000, $500,000 is allotted here for student trainees. That would be for training people that have already been recruited.
Yes, but there is some recruitment activities for marketing does come out of this budget. Recruitment will be able to provide a line item of what they spend specifically for EMS.
Okay.
We have to make sure that we do not mix the funding for recruitment activity with police, because police comes out of DOJ, right? So we are very mindful of keeping track of what is spent for recruitment, and that'll be in the recruitment report.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any other
Sure.
questions so we can move on to fire? Without any further ado, yes. I didn't see it on there.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'm not a regular member of your committee, but listening in today on the hearing. And I wanted to, through the chair to the commissioner, good to see you again, Commissioner Wheeler and all, just inquire a little bit about some of the new mental health programs, whether co-response, care response, just any update on those and their status and outlook for 2024.
Councilperson, through the chair, we have trained most of our captains through CIT, and we have another class that's starting on the 13th, and then we'll have everyone, all of our captains except 2 that have been trained in CIT, and once we get the completed co-response model, then we'll implement it as we see our place within that model.
Okay.
We'll deploy our captains based on that.
Thank you. Council lady?
Thanks. Can I just ask for a little clarification? So what is the anticipated model moving forward?
Commissioner?
The anticipated model is going to be to have someone from EMS installed within the co-response team. And I believe that's going to be just for medical clearance. And once the person is medically cleared, then the co-response team will figure out what's the best mode of transportation, or if the person needs to be transported at all.
Thank you. Council lady?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And then my follow-up question would be, are there any anticipated impacts on staffing levels then in order to participate in that co-response approach?
Commissioner?
The daily impact should be minimal. It should be at least one supervisor be temporarily reassigned to the co-response team to assist with medically clearing these individuals. If they maintain the current, through the conversations I've had, if they keep with the current plan, then that will be our plan, to make sure that these individuals are medically cleared, and then the team will decide what's the best mode of transportation, if any, for individuals in crisis.
Thank you, Commissioner. Council lady?
That's my question. That concludes my question, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Without any further ado, we're going to move on. I want to thank again the Director, Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner for being here. You know what some of our requests are. Any information provided to an individual council member, unless it's ward specific, please make sure we all get it. On that note, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Fire is up next. Good morning, Chief.
Good morning, Chair.
Okay. And you do have a PowerPoint? Okay. Before I call upon the chief and he'll identify himself for the viewing public, I just want to say this. I've said this. It's nothing new that I've said over the years. I believe that the Division of Fire, our Division of Fire, is one of the best in the country. And I've always maintained that, having dealt with them from the first time I've walked in the door here at City Hall. You call fire, you get them. And I just need to say that, how appreciative I am of the division. The response time, the show of support in our neighborhoods, and specifically on the ward-specific item, on the yearly participation and event at Memorial Elementary School, which was once the site of the greatest loss of fire, I believe, in the state of Ohio. I believe there, and 171 students and rescuers were killed in that historic Collinwood school fire, and every year the fire department comes there to put on a program for the kids, and I've always been appreciative of that. So, Chief, the floor is yours. Director as well.
Thank you, Chair.
Push the button and get the green in it. Just move it in close to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much on behalf of the members of the Division of Fire for your words, sir. We're appreciative. Good morning, Chair, Council. As you know, this is my first year as Chief of Division of Fire as of November 1st.
Identify yourself for the public.
My name is Anthony Luke, Chief, Division of Fire.
Thank you.
This has been a year of learning and a lot of stress. On behalf of myself and my staff, I want to convey apologies to City Hall staff and department leaders for my numerous questions, my numerous annoyances, but it was all in the spirit of trying to learn the division.
Chief, I can tell you this. I said to my younger colleagues, there's no dumb questions. Everybody should ask questions all you want, as
Right.
we're going to ask of you as well.
Understood.
Go ahead.
For 2023, the Division of Fire had several major projects that we accomplished. One was the commissioning of the fireboat Garrett A. Morgan. As you know, the Anthony J. Celebrezze fireboat was decommissioned. The Garrett A. Morgan was commissioned. It has a lot more capabilities, a lot more functionality than previous fireboat. Another milestone that we had, our fire headquarters, our Fire Station 1 facility is completely remodeled on the interior. We hope to be having an open house there, invite all city council and the public there to see it. Earlier in the year, in June, we graduated an academy class of 35. And also on our training front, we have made our training more robust, basically related to our fireboat and some water rescue training. One high point of the year are the fleet improvements. The city administration under Mayor Bibb have been focused on improving the fire apparatus. This year we received 3 fire pumpers so far. We believe we're going to have 3 additional fire pumpers come in before the end of the year. We also received some staff vehicles and some miscellaneous support vehicles. Over the years, our fleet condition has been a focus of conversation. I can say in my 30 years on the department, I can't remember a time when our fleet has been in a better position than it is right now. Our goal right now is to maintain that position and to give the administration the proper information that they need to allocate the funding to keep our fleet up to snuff. Moving on, some of the major performance metrics that we have for the division. I won't bore you with the figures. So far, we had 6 fire fatalities. That is pretty much average at this time of year over the past 5 to 7 years. As always, we want to get that down to 0. A couple of programs, community programs we're focusing on that's the impetus behind those programs. One of those programs is, as usual, smoke detectors. I can't stress this enough. There is no reason that every city resident doesn't have a smoke detector within the city of Cleveland. We will hammer this home through our social media platforms, through our public interactions, consistently. It is our goal to get a smoke alarm into every city residence within the city of Cleveland. As part of my presentation, I also gave you a summary of our demographics. As ongoing, the division has this challenge with the demographics of the workforce that we're always working on. We're always trying to diversify our workforce. Over the previous years, we have begun to hire female firefighters, which we went for a 20-year period where we didn't hire any. Right now, we have 14 female firefighters. They have been excellent employees, and we're trying to increase that number with every recruitment class. Looking forward to 2024, we will be focused on facility updates. We want to keep the momentum that the Bibb administration has provided us with the retrofit of Fire Station 1, the start of the build of Fire Station 26. We want to make each one of our facilities a focal point of the community that they reside in. Then, of course, what I mentioned earlier, the Operation Save a Life with the Red Cross and smoke detectors. And finally, we're pushing our Operation Bright Future. That is a program that we're going to do with the Cleveland Municipal School District. There was a time in my career where there was a firefighter presence in every school district, every classroom throughout the year, where we knew teachers on a first-name basis, and we just had a continuum where we were constantly talking to the students. I'm pushing us back to that. I want to get us into the Cleveland Municipal School District to help them push their curriculum. So every firefighter, every station will be involved in some way, shape, or form with a Cleveland Municipal School District building, class, students. We want to do mentorship programs and just programs related to that. We believe that will have wide effects and just giving the students, 1, role models, 2, it'll help us in our recruitment so that when we start to hire, that's not the first time that they hear about the fire department, they know about the fire department, or they know a firefighter. And with that, I'll open it up to any questions you have.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chief. I just want to, let me get my sheet here. The description of the vehicles, well, let's back up from it. As of this time, how many firefighters do we have?
Right now, we're at 747, I believe. We just had a retirement.
747.
Yes, sir.
So with that number, you are able to staff all your units at this point?
Yes, Chairman.
Okay. For the viewing public, on a pumper, how many firefighters are assigned to a pumper?
We have a minimum staffing rule or clause of 4 firefighters to every fire apparatus.
Okay, thank you. Looking at your apparatus, I noticed that 6 are listed in poor condition, 1 is listed as fair, and then I don't know what OSS means. So.
Chair, that's out of service.
Out of service, okay. So what are the plans? And again, on that point, I want to thank my colleagues again for the support they demonstrated and shown to use ARPA funds to purchase firefighting fire apparatus. But what are the plans to address the poor apparatus?
Chairperson, the report you're seeing in front of you was drafted early October.
Okay.
So when you look at Division of Fire Engine Apparatus, those are for fire engine pumpers.
Okay.
So you'll see that we are listing 5 fire engine pumpers as poor. Out of those 5, we are receiving 3 brand-new fire engine pumpers before the end of the year.
Okay.
So that'll take that down to 2.
We'll be left with 2 per units.
Yes, sir.
And then what are the plans to address those?
Between moving when we get a new apparatus in, motor vehicle maintenance does everything they can to see if the apparatus that is going out of service can be used as a spare.
Right.
For when they go down. So between the spares that will be created with the new apparatus and then the new apparatus that we have already scheduled coming in 2024, we believe by the end of 2024, the fleet will be at a stable point.
Okay, so we will have, again, I want to, because this is an important thing, but when I came in this body, I could not believe the poor condition, this is a long time ago, the poor condition that the fleet was in. It was in terrible condition. And the fire trucks we were purchasing were white in color. So this outdates you.
Yes, sir.
And the city was in a jam, so we needed fire trucks. It was so bad. So the administration at the time wound up buying fire trucks that were meant for Mexico City.
I remember those.
And they were not equipped to operate in cold weather. So they would freeze, the tanks would freeze. It was a disaster, and it became so embarrassing that they were using wire to hold fenders on and tape, and it was an embarrassment. It was the position of the council at the time that we were going to do everything we could to address the poor equipment. So we've come a long way because there's nothing more depressing or upsetting is to look at a fire truck that is in bad condition. That's a reflection on the city, in my opinion.
Yes, Chair.
To see trucks and equipment, and I feel the same about police cars, et cetera, and all of our apparatus, EMS. So you're telling us that there's bright light at the end of the tunnel as it pertains to the apparatus that we will have going into next year and beyond. Our fleet will be as good as it's been in your time.
Chairman, at this point in time today, our fleet is good or
Okay.
better than it has been during my entire career.
That's what I wanted to hear. That's what I need to hear. Now, as it pertains to the houses, what's the game plan to address the condition of the houses?
Chief, may I
Yeah.
just make a point? I'm
Yeah.
sorry. May I make a point just about the vehicles? Chief Luke is absolutely correct about the state of our fleet. And then once we get the fleet up to date, again, just as we talked about with EMS, making sure that we look at the lifespan of these vehicles and how often we need to order them so that we are not at a deficit of quality vehicles for our firefighters.
Thank you. Thank you. And that's what's important. And that did not happen in a day, and it was ignored, and we found ourselves in a very bad situation. So we've come a long way. And I say this to my colleagues as well from working with not only this administration but previous administrations, came to the realization that we can never find ourselves in that state of affairs again, never ever again. So again, give us some breakdown on the houses, because some of the houses are in need of repair.
Yes, Chairman.
Okay.
We have several action plans working at a couple different levels on the facilities within the Division of Fire. Through the Mayor's Office of Capital Projects, they're doing a capital analysis of the entire city.
Okay.
And the major projects such as HVAC systems, boilers, roofs, structural components, they are putting together plans to address those. That plan is in operation, so it's not just in the planning stage. I believe this year we've replaced 3 roofs on fire stations. We just this past month replaced 2 boilers, and that's an ongoing project. But with that, there's also just the day-to-day living quarters, nuisance issues that wouldn't fall under capital that has been a focus we're trying to address.
Okay.
Through the mayor's initiative, property management, and Chief Tewin, they have sent property management around to each and every fire station last month. They did analysis and then have sent out crews to deal with nuisance issues such as paint, minor plumbing, minor electrical. Once again, similar to the apparatus, this is the most activity I have ever seen within a division of fire focused on our facilities. Our major project right now is the remodel update of Station 1. The entire station, the firefighter living quarters, the staff offices are completely remodeled.
Okay. Okay. Well, and again, you know, the reflection of the apparatus, the houses, are a reflection on the city. When you look at a firehouse or a police station, it's in poor condition, or the grass is not cut and it's raggedy looking, it tells you a whole lot of, doesn't speak well of our city. So again, I'm encouraged to hear what you're saying at the table. A couple other areas that I'm open up for questions. One of the areas that I find have become very important over these years is fire inspection, and I guess I would refer to it under the fire marshal as it pertains to substandard structures in our city. Are you fully staffed in that area?
Our Fire Prevention Bureau currently is fully staffed.
Okay. So when we see these terrible-looking structures in the city, I'm not talking any building, I'm talking about abandoned homes. We see homes that are burnt. I'm dealing with one right now. In fact, it was my grandparents' house, house I lived in, that is sitting there when I was a kid off 140. It's burnt. It sits there. What additional action can we take?
Chairman, up to this point, what City Council has been doing and making contact with the division when you have questions on a specific structure,
Right.
That's extremely helpful. Many of those structures we have not had an incident in. So
Okay.
they don't rise on our radar. Our battalion chiefs in each battalion, even if they don't have an incident in a structure, if they just see a structure that they deem as a life safety hazard to the community, they'll stop, make an assessment, and
Yeah.
they might put in a demolition request. But that's not common. Usually, the demolition requests are attached to a structure that we've had an incident at. So when we have a fire incident, the incident commander will make an assessment when we're complete. Is it safe to rehabilitate this structure? And then if it's not, they'll make what we call a demolition request to Building and Housing that'll go in telling them that we believe this structure should be demolished. Please evaluate it. There's a lot into that, whether we can find the owner, whether it's just an abandoned structure. There's a lot of stuff into that. But when you make a call to us, like we just got one, I believe it was either yesterday or the day before, about a house on Superior. We hadn't had an incident there, but we did send one of our battalion chiefs out there, and they looked at it, and they submitted a demolition request for that structure.
Okay. So when your folks go out, you remand the complaint to Building and Housing, or can you take direct action?
No, we don't have any authority to take direct action.
Okay,
All
so-
of our authority is delegated through Building and Housing.
Okay, so you remand it to them.
Yes, Chair.
And then we're at the mercy of Building and Housing. That's part of our challenge right there.
And Chairman, I just want to add, but sometimes an issue would be in Building and Housing, but we'll get an inquiry from council.
Yep.
We can follow up on it and give you a status, because Building and Housing, I believe, they have some staffing issues, and they just get busy sometimes.
You're being polite. They got issues.
But
They got issues.
between us and Building and
Right.
Housing, we assist each other.
Right.
Because sometimes they will flag us for either we didn't submit the
Yeah.
paperwork properly on
Yeah.
a demolition request, so they never got it.
Well, go out and look at 14115 Darley, my grandparents' house. That's burnt, sitting there. 14115 Darley, D-A-R-L-E-Y. And I apologize for bringing up a personal issue, but I just wanted to make you aware of that. So I think you've touched on what's working, what's not working. What challenges lie before you?
Chair, if I just
Yes.
may, just on the point of, for Building and Housing, is that when we have a property that is an issue for fire or police, police also will notify Building and Housing. This happened with a house that we had on Kinsman.
Yep.
That was ultimately tore down. But I can tell you that Director Martin wants to know if there are houses that are of an issue to public safety so that they can address it to the best of their ability.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Chief, my
Yeah,
bad.
we got issues in building and housing. Well, we all acknowledge that, and we're going to try to figure out how to improve upon that. But again, council's limited to what we can do. So what's your challenges?
Going forward into 2024, one of the challenges that myself and my staff is faced with is bringing the division forward into 2024 as far as good data practices, good reporting. We're a little bit behind. We're trying to establish some baseline. We've worked with Urban AI on our reporting. We're also digitizing all fire records across the board so that we retain all the records. And not only that, but either when council has a question or we get a public records request, that we can efficiently and effectively answer that request without going through a lot of heavy lifting.
So the upgrading of the records, because we passed that, council passed that legislation some time ago. So when do you think that will be?
The chairman, is the legislation you're talking about the scanning of the records?
Yes.
Yeah, we're currently in the process of getting that contract and getting that working. We believe first or second quarter next year we'll have that done.
Okay. Okay. We've made progress. We still have some issues to address. Obviously, condition houses, but you're telling us there's a process taking place there. Apparatus, we've heard that. Your budget, looks like, looking at your budget, you're pretty in line with your budget. There's a few areas that are over, and we'll continue. The other thing you mentioned about urban AI, and again, you've heard us, starting January, we're going to be looking at what you can provide us on a ward basis, what additional breakdowns you can give us. So again, if there's arsons taking place in a given ward, we need to know that, So we're going to be looking for that ward breakdown across the entire city, whatever you can provide to us.
Understood.
So, thank you. So on that point, any questions of the chief? Councilman Slife.
These are comments really for you, I guess, to the chair, because it's something I want us to keep a focus on.
Yes.
As it relates, so obviously fire hiring has been an interest of mine for a number of years, and I want it to be a point of continuing conversation. I looked over some data that I'd received from the director earlier this year, and as it relates to the diversity of the department, I was interested to see that there seems to be a decent, we've talked at length about the hiring process. You apply, then you take the test, and you have to follow through all the sequences in order to even, end up becoming, getting into academy, being a firefighter. But it seems like at the early stages of that process, there is a good pipeline of Cleveland residents, diverse candidates, and Cleveland residents who are diverse candidates, that overlap between the two. But that something is happening in the hiring process. And so like if you looked at just the data I got, the applicants who are Cleveland residents align very closely with the demographic breakdown of the city of Cleveland. But the academy classes that are seated, the one class I think had 31 people. It was, per my analysis, 27 non-residents and 28 white individuals. So something is happening where we are failing in our effort to take that applicant pipeline, which again seems to in the earliest stages reflect the diversity of the city and have that diversity follow through. And I want us to continue to try to unpack that, to partner with the administration to understand what we need to be doing to try to meet that shared goal, because something's happening in the process that is preventing us from reaching what I have are dual goals. One is obviously diversification so that the force reflects the city that we live in, but also that we're hiring residents, because I think that we have an opportunity in a low-income city to offer middle-class employment and stable wages to people in a community where many people don't have that. So I want to make sure that we are maximizing that to a level that we're not. And I think part of it is us needing to understand more details of so for example, my brother is a firefighter in the Toledo area, and I know that he got consideration because he was had been on a volunteer fire department because he lives in a township.
Yes.
If someone applying for a job in the City of Cleveland Division of Fire is getting credit for being on a volunteer fire service, that indicates to me they likely live in an outlying area, not in the City of Cleveland, because we don't have that opportunity
Yes.
accessibly, like in an easy way. So, like, what are there ways that we need to be thinking about how we are bringing people through this process to better meet our own goals? Because again, this is a shared goal, I think, of the council and the administration, and I just want to understand what we need to be doing from start to finish on our end to make sure that the other side of the table is able to achieve the shared goal.
Okay, so Chief, Director, you have any comments along those lines?
Sure.
Again, I think the councilman spoke eloquently on behalf of the council. We want to, all departments and division be reflective of the city. And, but above all, because I learned a long time ago, we cannot draft. This isn't the NBA. We cannot draft people, so we got to get people to apply. And, but I want to make sure the people that are applying, especially Cleveland residents, have a shot at becoming, whether it be fire, EMS, or whatever, police. And we want to make sure Cleveland residents have a priority. And I failed to say this when EMS was at the table. Again, I'm going to say to the director, if there's anything from a legislative standpoint that you think we need to do to enhance, whether it be hiring, whether it be rules and regulations, codified ordinances, I'm going to continue to ask that. Come to us. We can take a look at it. If it makes sense, we're going to submit it. We're going to submit it. Whatever it may be. Because we're not out there delivering the service. You folks are in fire, EMS, police. Just as we changed and improved the truancy laws, that was a result of what I was hearing from police officers in the street. So I don't care what, if there's something that you think we need to look at legislatively to give you, to enhance your operations, then please tell us what that is, Director.
So, thank you. It's a great question. So, some of the things that we've talked about is that we've done since my coming on to public safety is we've done a few things. Is initially the fire academy was held in the city of Parma. We moved the fire academy downtown at the FTA off of Lakeside Avenue. It's the marketing and recruitment and the equal access and information sharing of the opportunity for jobs within the Division of Fire. If I can just, I want to give some historical numbers to kind of put it into perspective, is that the class date, July 13th, 2015, had 32 cadets. Of that 32, 72% were, I don't want to get I thought I had it broken down by genders, but the 23 were white males. That's 72%. Of that class, 7 or 22% were black males, and 2 of that 32 or 6% were Hispanic males. In the class, February 16, 2016, there were 29 cadets. Of that 29, 21 or 72% were white males, 6 or 21% were black, 2 or 7% were Hispanic males. Again, these are 2 classes, no women. On the class dated January 3rd, 2017, there were 34 cadets. 26 of that 34, or 76%, were white males. 4 or 12% were black males. 4 or 12% were Hispanic males. And then if we look at 2018, there were 34 cadets. 28 of that 34, or 82%, were white males. 4 or 12% were black males. 2 or 6% were Hispanic males. And then in 2018, this is September, the class dated September 10th, 2018, it had a class of 20. 19 of those 20 were white males, that's 95%. 0 African American males, 1 or 5% were Hispanics. We had 1 female in that class. And then in April 22nd, 2019, there were 21 cadets. 19 of those, or 90%, were white males. 0% were black or African American, and then 2 or 10% were Hispanic males. Since doing what we've been doing, and it's important to note, at that time, this was a PowerPoint that we did at Safety Committee a few years ago. I have more recent numbers. I can get those. At this time, in Division of Fire's 100 years, there were, I believe, 10 women. In 2 classes, we were able to exceed that. I believe we have 13 women in the Division of Fire. 14 right now. And we've had to begin refitting the fire stations to accommodate women, and we're still doing that. We have seen an increase in the diversity of the Division of Fire because of the marketing of the recruitment team within the city. Generally, the Division of Fire sees a lot of legacy applicants, and we have exposed the broader Cleveland community into what it is to apply to the Division of Fire, because many do not know the process. So we've gone through great lengths with the recruitment team, educating, working with civil service to make sure that this opportunity is shared with CMSD students, marketing through radio, marketing through universities. Our recruitment team has, I don't know the number, I can get it though, but they've added several HBCUs to this as well, and really tried to make sure that it's a level playing field with the hiring and advertising for the Division of Fire. One of the things that, and this is to Safety Chair's point, is that at one point there was a residency requirement in the city that was struck down by Columbus.
Yes,
Chair, I'm sure
yes, it
you
was.
recall.
Yeah, I know. I co-sponsored the original law.
That residency requirement being struck down really hurt the city across the entire spectrum with hiring people from the city of Cleveland. Now, what we do is, if you're a Cleveland resident, you do get it helps you with the 1 in 10 process. I can't say that it puts you over, but it helps you because we do believe that safety forces should be representative of the city of Cleveland. So it does help, and we look at those who have these certifications, folks who live in the city of Cleveland who may be volunteering outside of the city, but we have. It's really a matter of who applies and how well they test.
Thank you.
And our recruitment team shares also the importance of taking practice tests. The firefighter mile is given for practice at the training complex. So there's a lot of work being done to address that, and we will have updated numbers on the demographics for the previous classes since then.
Yeah, whatever director you can supply us, because and I'm going to direct some correspondence to my colleagues and some of the things I heard yesterday when I was working the polls. But I heard a reoccurring theme when I was out working the 9 precincts in my own ward was because I like engaging people at the polls when they're either going in or coming out. But I repeatedly heard on election day the need for more police on the street. It was like the reoccurring theme I heard all doggone day, that they're not happy, residents are not happy, and they want more police, and we've got to figure out from a recruitment standpoint what we're going to do to up the game here, because what we have right now is not sufficient, and the councilman brings up some valid points. So again, going in a budget, these are issues we're going to drill down on. These are going to be of issues of great concern to us. Recruitment, and hiring. So, Councilman, any other questions?
Yeah, thank you. And again, it's not to be, I'm not attempting to be combative. I'm trying to find a way to, we all have the shared goal. My concern is, and again, I don't have like sex breakdown, so I don't know about male versus female, but per my analysis, if 25 of 31 hires are white non-residents of the city of Cleveland, then we are failing in our dual goals of diversification and hiring residents. And again, there are people who are diverse candidates, there are people who are residents, and there are people who are diverse residents. So I'm trying to understand why. I understand that there's you are constricted by, people self-selecting out of the process, people's ability to pass background checks. Like there's all these externalities. So it's trying to understand what do we need to be doing to, on our end, again, legislatively, to make sure that the Division of Fire is not just that the hires are not overwhelmingly non-residents of the city of Cleveland. If there are qualified residents of the city of Cleveland,
very valid
in the pool. So
very valid. Thank you, Councilman Starr.
How you doing, Dean? But to the chair, to the dean, and to the table, I would definitely just want to just get a more clear understanding and clarification regarding the hiring of fire department. First, I would like to know what's the starting salary for the fire person, as well as the steps to take to become a fireman. Just so I can get an understanding for the viewers, because I was just confused on a few things.
Chief?
So what's the hiring process for a firefighter? To the chair.
Or whoever can answer that.
The hiring process for a firefighter is the city will announce that they're having an entry-level test. The individual would have to sign up online through the entry-level test. Usually that individual either has had previous contact with the recruitment unit, or once they sign up for the test, the recruitment unit then has their information, and then they will contact them.
And then to the chair, the age requirement?
18 years. 18 years.
High school diploma?
High school diploma or GED.
Okay, and then once we come through that list, and once that process is started, what is the civil service test? Is it the NTN test that they have to take?
Yes.
What's the ratio of applicants that look like me that actually get a chance to go through this process?
I mean short guys. So
The short, thick guys, as they call it.
Chair to the council person, I don't have that information. You would have to get that through civil service.
All right, so because the reason why I'm asking is I'm trying to get an understanding for us to have a majority African-American black city. I'm just trying to see how many people are we targeting to get into a wonderful career in firefighter that are African-American, and what do we have in place to help with that? Because I understand that, testing sometimes is challenges in certain different areas and different neighborhoods and different folks. You could be a great individual, or you could test really well and do all these other things, but then on the back end, you have a lot of hidden skeletons in your closet. So one, I am in support of the 1 to 10 process. I'm just trying to get through the chair to get an understanding.
Yeah.
How does that process helps to make sure we get more minority? Meaning, if you get a list or applicant of around 40 candidates, out of that first 40 candidate batch, how many of them possibly through the process of selection or are actually African-American minorities in this chance?
So who can you answer civil service?
So if I can, again, it's access, right? One of the things that we know from the recruitment team is that when they're out speaking to diverse demographics, there are some people who have never really considered or even been addressed, with the opportunity for a division of fire. So we really worked really hard on that. Just some additional numbers. I gave up to 2019. The January 26-21 class had 89 cadets, and of that 89, 63 or 70% were white. 14 of those were African American. 12. That's 14 or 16% African American, 12 or 13% were Hispanic. That was a class of 81, had 8 women. And then the next two classes, March 7, 2022, 39 cadets, 32 white males, or 82%, 2 African American or 5%, 5 Hispanic or 13%. That's 36, and then 3 women in that class. And then the last one, January 17th, 2023, 34 cadets, 32 or 91% were white, 2 or 9% were black, 0 Hispanic. What we're seeing is that it's notification and reaching persons in the city of Cleveland, which we have started to, reach out to CMSD, because this again, 18 to be a firefighter, it means this is a job that you can get into right after graduation, right? Is that if we make sure that there is an equal access and equal notification across the spectrum of residents of the city of Cleveland, that will bring about the diversity that we need. And then getting people familiar with the hiring process, because the hiring process, applying to careers in public safety, police, fire, EMS, animal care and control, it's different than applying for any other job. You have the application, and then you have the test, right? And then after the test, you have the physical agility or the firefighter mile. There are different qualifications that you have to meet to be on the list for 1 in 10s. So the folks who apply and take the test, that number can change to the 1 in 10 process. That's through civil service. Mm-hmm. And then after the 1 in 10 process, there's still the psychological assessment and the physicals, right? The physical is not the physical agility test or firefighter mile, but making sure that you are healthy for these demanding jobs. And then those are the folks who get the offer at the end and go into the academy.
I think both, because that's very important explanation, because I first would like to, just from those comments and remarks, I just want to see, what do I got to do in order for me to take the civil service test? Do I need to put in an application? Because what I really want to do is get a broad understanding of what type of test this is. Because, some folks mention, and I've seen studies show, that some minorities don't test well, or some folks just don't test well. So I definitely want to be able to take the test myself to see. And if you need me to do some agility, I do work out at 5:30 in the morning.
I don't know,
strong.
Councilman.
I don't know about the cardio part, but I do have the weightlifting in me. But I definitely would like to really get into that civil service test, just so I can get more of an understanding of how it is as taking that test.
We want to see the councilman take the test.
Chair,
We can talk, but I can tell you this, and Chief, my apologies. I'll definitely defer to you after this. Is that we took the test, myself, assistant directors. We took the test through civil service, and we've evaluated the test. And some of the tests we felt it didn't meet. How did it relate to being a firefighter? Mm-hmm. So we've worked with the NTN. Adjustments have been made with the test. Adjustments have been made with the cut scores, and this will be the first. I'll have to get it, but the first generation of that revised test, we'll have to get those numbers.
Do we need to do a public records request to see if you passed or not? That's the question. No comment. Okay.
Chair to the council person, what I'd just like to say is, looking at this from a global aspect, I've been involved in either recruitment, testing, promotional testing, diversity efforts for nearly my whole career. The 1 in 10 process is not the place where you get your diversity from. The 1 in 10 process selects the best candidate presented at the process, regardless of diversity.
Good point.
Everything I've seen, where you get your diversity from is getting a critical mass of candidates to apply into the process and making sure they are fully qualified. So it's an exposure thing. I was on the initial effort when they did the Martin Luther King Academy, and they were telling Cleveland high school students that there was no way that they'd ever be able to retain the knowledge to be a firefighter or be able to get certifications. We proved that wrong.
Yeah.
If you give them exposure beforehand, they will test alongside any candidate nationwide. And that exposure can't be 2, 3, 4 months prior to a test. That exposure has to be years prior to a test.
Yeah.
so that they have an inherent knowledge of the fire service, what is required of them, what's required of them to maintain their lifestyle so they're in a position to be hired. Okay. So that is part of what I'm trying to shift the division towards. Recruitment is done through Public Safety Administration, but the division can't just throw up its hands and say, well, they're doing recruitment, we don't have anything to do. I want to get us into the schools. I want to get us into the churches, because also we're not only targeting the young people, we're targeting their grandparents, their uncles, their aunts, who have a connection to them, who can guide them to get through that communication that this is something that you need to just consider. This is something you need to look at. So that's kind of where we're at now. We're trying to expose Cleveland residents to the fire service earlier, so that when we do come into a testing phase, it's not a heavy bar for them to say, that might be something that I want to do.
And Chair, just briefly, this goes towards this this pipeline, right? Through funding, the administration and this body has given us the ability to fund an Explorers program, right? Getting young people exposed to as early as possible. One of the things that we would like to start in 2024 is the Junior Explorers program to get them in the 3rd grade. So having a Junior Explorers program, an Explorers program, and then we are working with CMSD for a vocational program at the training complex for exposure to public safety careers, fire being one of those. And then we have the Ambassador program, which this body will have a presentation on. The Ambassador program gives the about 12, 13 people exposure to the safety division's test preparation. They've taken the fire, NTN fire exam, and all of the folks who have taken the fire exam have passed, and they've done very well. It's just a matter, again, giving the exposure, giving the opportunity, and giving folks a chance to experience things that they weren't previously made aware of or given the opportunity to. We are working on that critical pipeline for Cleveland residents into careers in public safety, which will bring about significant benefits.
Thank you, Director. Councilman?
And thank you, Dean, and thank you, Director and Chief, for that. I definitely would love to explore how I can assist with this pipeline program initiative. I do have a numerous amount of schools in 1.5 mile radius of walking distance in Ward 5, especially East Technical High School, to see how we can really, really work together to really help out. So, Chief and Director, I'll reach out to y'all both offline and see what I can do and how I can.
Councilman, I would invite you and some of those students, maybe 11th and 12th graders, 10th, 11th, 12th graders, come down and take the firefighter mile.
Oh, we're going to get it in.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions so we can move on? Yes, Ms. House Jones.
Thank you to the chair. To the director, I just, to the chief, I really thank you to Lieutenant Norman, who has been organizing. I've been doing site visits to our firehouses. I did 10, 17, and 22.
Yes.
Still have one to go. But one of the things is, I know that the city of Cleveland is going through an assessment of buildings and things of that nature. Were the firehouses included in that process?
Chair to the council person, yes, they were.
Right. And so this is so hopefully we're going to get this report soon, right? This is probably not, y'all don't know, but yeah, that's not you all. But I will say that similarly as I am concerned with the conditions of our recreation centers, the conditions of our fire stations, at least the ones in Ward 7, are just, they're not acceptable. It is hard to enforce things when you're not reflecting. You know what I'm saying? You're not even taking care of your own house. And like, this is a real issue. And really trying to come and making really what I feel like will be difficult conversations. We just cannot maintain the infrastructure that we have. Roofs, leaky roofs, so you could put a good coat of paint, but literally 3 months later, the work that you put into it is ruined because the roof is still leaky. I just like, and this is the thing of like having conversations of like, as we're looking into 2024 and further, we just can't afford all this stuff. We just can't.
Chair to the council person, I want you to understand, I truly do feel your frustration and stress. I feel exactly the same way. But I can tell you through the mayor's administration and Chief Tewan, they are taking a completely different look at this. We are pushing back against basically 20 to 30 years of basic neglect and now trying to course correct in the middle. I know that the property management team, I don't want to speak for them, but I know that they were at the recreation center before they turned their focus to us, and they have plans to go back because I'm grabbing them, wrap my arm around their leg, telling them not to leave, but they said they got to get back to the recreation centers. So I'm sure that Chief Tewan and their staff, they understand where it's at, and they're taking positive steps to address it. But it's just not going to be an overnight change. But I can honestly say I do see the change in tone and action that is being taken right now.
Okay. Councilwoman?
Right. Yeah, well, that's good to hear. And I know, like I said, I do know change takes a while. I just know that we have to get to a place now. We are going into our third year, and we have to make some real decisions. Mm-hmm. I mean, we absolutely can. We cannot continue on this path of the neglect of our facilities. We have to stop it. So I would be remiss without saying that to you all, because as I'm talking to, Department of Recreation Centers and just the interaction that I've had, with, our fire stations in Ward 7 and conversations, I am waiting for whatever report will be, and then we'll see how we will have a pathway forward. But we cannot continue the next 20 to 30 years with this type of inaction with facilities.
Thank you.
But thank you for your service.
Okay. Without any further ado, because we're going to have these other sections we have to hear yet.
All
Okay.
right, I understand. Thank you, Chair. On the topic of Councilwoman House just spoke on, referring to the neglect of the fire stations, have you considered, Director, Chair to the Director, have you considered renovating those fire stations into another type of facility for the community to look into, as I have gotten suggestions of the fire stations in Ward 4, the one particularly on 131st, the one that's closed on Barlett. The residents have came to my attention to look into that fire station to see if it can be renovated into another type of facility for the community to use as a building, such as giving it to like a school facility for training for use to have for training facility as culinary classes or open type restaurants per se. Have you looked into the fact into that those facilities can be given to the council or the community to turn into other event centers per se?
So if I may, so Councilman, one of the priorities that we have as Chief Luke stated is bringing the fire stations that we have in use by our firefighters up to par in the conditions suitable for their work. For the fire stations that, or any of the public safety buildings that are empty, we entertain, bids for purchasing. If someone wants to purchase the fire station, they can do so through a process. But our budgetary focus is on making sure that the fire stations that we have in operation are up to par for our firefighters. And if there's anyone who has an interest in any of the inoperable and closed facilities, we'll entertain, of course, that offer. That type of revenue is helpful because it gets shifted to fixing the facilities that we do have. So if someone has an interest in it, just as we obtained the Old South High School for the training complex through a lease buyback with CMSD and putting that program up there, we would entertain similar conversations.
Thank you. Thank you, Director.
Okay. Chair, one more question.
Yes.
So who do I discuss that with? Do
No,
I
if we-
bring it to your attention or the mayor's or someone on your staff?
If we can
But
talk offline, I can get that. I don't want to, as council is aware, I don't like to guesstimate processes and numbers here. But if we talk offline, I can work with you and get some sure up information.
All right,
Thank you,
thank
Director.
you. Thank you,
Thank
Chair,
you.
Director.
Thank you, members. Okay, without any further questions, you go, as your war chief going in next year, we're going to want more award statistics. As much information can be provided to us as possible. Thank you again for your presentation. Okay, we have, give everybody heads up here. We have animal care and control right now. Then we're going to take a 5-minute break after that to make a pit stop. Then we're coming back and do the Police Accountability Team, Community Police Commission. So, and Division of Animal Care and Control, come on up to the table. Please identify yourself.
Chair, if I may, I would like to introduce him, if I may. This is Mr. Bruce Campbell. He is the new Animal Care and Control Manager, a division of public safety that has, as the other divisions, has had, staffing issues, and just structure, right? Structure as an organization. I came to public safety in 2020. This is the third animal control manager of this division. He brings a wealth of knowledge and experience and leadership to the Division of Animal Care and Control. We do have Chief Animal Control Officer John Baird is still with us, who has provided that institutional knowledge, consistency, and stability. And we have some exciting things to talk about with animal care and control with regard to training, adding recruitment initiatives during the cold weather season to staff our ACOs, to increase services for trapping, engagement with our partners, Critter Control, and Friends of City Dogs. That's all I have. I'll turn it over to Manager Campbell for any additional comment.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Welcome to the table.
Yes, sir.
This is your first committee hearing?
Yes.
Lucky
Yes, it
you.
is.
Okay. Proceed.
Well, I've been here about 6-7 weeks now, so it's been a huge learning curve. We've got a great division over there. We're striving towards achieving.
Pull your mic a little closer to you. Thank
We're,
you, sir.
we're striving towards trying to achieve operational efficiency, reducing waste in time, effort, materials, as much as possible, but still being able to provide a high-quality service to the residents. If you can look at our first slide, some of our successes for this year, and a lot of these numbers may reflect third quarter, so they may have increased.
The slide.
Oh.
Here you go.
Catcher.
So you can see our live release rate is 76.95%. When I looked it up, I was getting an average around the country of about 50% live release rate. So this year, we were able to reunite 800 dogs with their owners. We've adopted out 722 dogs. We've had 850 rescue pulls, and those are dogs that we have a full-time animal volunteer coordinator, adoption coordinator, and she works with all of our rescue partners throughout Ohio and out of the state for various cases that we do, but animals that we place with other rescues and that can hopefully get adopted. We also saw an increase of 400, well, not an increase, but we've had 470 new cases this year, and these are the cases Chief Baird deals with, cases that are in immunity court for dog bites or dogs at large. Our division probably would be at a loss if we didn't have Friends of City Dogs or City Dogs. Those are our volunteer arm. It's probably 200 plus volunteers that this year, up to the end of the third quarter, had donated a little over 15,000 hours of their time, and they're there every day. And they come in every day, and they've been trained by our enrichment coordinators at the kennel, and they've been trained how to safely handle dogs, and they come in. And the dogs that are on the adoption side of the kennel, these volunteers come in and they walk these dogs. We're on a 5-acre plot. We have like a little walking trail behind our facility. So every day they're in and out every day, and it's giving these dogs the enrichment that they need, because they do build up a pretty tremendous amount of stress being in that environment. It's a high volume kennel, and we're standardly averaging about 250 or so dogs right now daily,
250 daily, what's your capacity to hold?
right around 256.
So you're at?
We're at capacity almost all the time right now. It's kind of a trend.
Okay.
I think
Go
it's a
ahead.
trend we've seen around the country post-COVID, and it hasn't really stopped with people abandoning their dogs and neglect of dogs. And I mean, it was so much as recently I came to work. We have an employee gate where we key card in, and somebody had tied a dog to that when I came in the morning. We left a note on there saying, "Hi, my dog's name is this. We can't afford to take care of him. Please help us." And that's kind of a resounding theme that we've seen in the short time I've been there. But in talking with all the employees, it's been a resounding theme over the past few years since the inception of COVID. So we have spayed and neutered 792 dogs this year. We don't adopt out any dog in our kennel without that dog having been spayed or neutered. That helps address the issue citywide with stray dogs and repopulation of dogs. We're trying to work with that and educate the public. So they get spayed and neutered before they leave the kennel. They also have a current license through the county. And we also microchip every dog before it leaves the facility in hopes that they will enter their information. And if the dog becomes stray again, it gives us an opportunity to reunite the dog with the owner. So our City Dogs volunteers and the Friends of City Dogs work at a lot of community events, and we try to go. Right now, our staffing's been at a level where we can't really engage animal control officers, but they attend quite a few events and do a lot of fundraising. They do a lot of tremendous work for us. They pay for outstanding medical bills outside of what we statutorily pay for, the spay and neuters for dogs that need extra care above and beyond things that we feel that might help them get adopted. Friends of City Dogs foots the bill for some of those things. So we've attended 80 events at least, and these numbers were as at the end of the third quarter, so those numbers will go up. We're always concerned with diversity within our division, and as you can see, we've stayed pretty consistent right now from last year to this year with 21 females, 13 males. You can see our racial demographic breakdown, as well as an age breakdown for our employees. It remains to be something that we work on all the time. When, our hiring process goes through civil service as well. So all of our positions, animal control, animal care workers, enrichment coordinators, all those positions, clerks, junior clerks, chief clerks, all those positions go through civil service, so we work within those confines. When you look at some of our numbers here, for these numbers, actually keep in mind, reflect our third quarter. At the end of our third quarter, calls for service, we're at about 7,989. You can see the previous year, we reached a number of 9,483 calls for service, and looking at the numbers for the end of the third quarter, we're probably on track to exceed 10,650 calls for service this year. Mind you, those calls for service are handled by right about 7 animal control officers we have right now currently in the field. We have a few out on medical, a few out on just, accommodations.
You have vacancies?
Yes, sir.
How many?
3 full-time, 2 part-time in animal control. We have made an offer to 1 candidate, and that's for an animal control officer, and 2 clerk positions. Those candidates have been made offers, are going through the process, and
What's the entry level pay for animal control?
exactly, I believe it's like $21, $22.
If you can get that back to, doesn't have now, but get that back to us, thank you. Keep going.
And our total animal intake, animals impounded, was 4,465. Again, we're on track, averaging those numbers out third quarter towards the end of the year. We should probably exceed 5,900 calls for that year. Total animal outcomes, 4,472. And again, we're on track to bypass previous year. We should, looking to, again, using averages and statistics here, we should reach probably 5,900. And then we get to the wildlife removed. As you know, we have a private contractor that we work with in the city to help with the wildlife nuisance and such. But last year, we removed 2,133. Trapping season is April 1st to October 31st, but we still get the occasional after those dates that we do try to help out when we can. We loan out a lot of cages to residents for a deposit that's returned. Once they return those cages, we ask that they call in the morning before 9 o'clock so we can send first shift officers out there to get those animals and bring them back. So actually where we're at this year, because I updated the numbers today, and so our critter control company set about 194 traps throughout the city last year, or this year, I'm sorry, and they trapped about 791 animals. And it's a various breakdown, 391 skunks, 89 raccoons, 147 groundhog, and 164 opossum. So Cleveland Animal Care and Control, our division, we have taken in 1,368 wildlife animals for a total this year of 2,159. So we've surpassed last year. We still have a few months. We may get some stray ones, but we don't really promote it past the winter months because it slows down. The animals aren't as active, from what I'm told. So.
Okay.
And this just kind of reiterates what the increase in calls for service should probably exceed over 1,000 more than the previous year. Our animal intake is up about 15%. And our adoptions are up as well. We work really hard through social media, our adoption coordinator, and our rescue, our different rescues and stuff to get these animals adopted and assess these animals and get them all adopted. It's a huge task. We have an amazing, dedicated staff. It's not a glamorous job working down in the kennel, so it takes really dedicated people that love animals and are passionate about their mission and our division. And it's been very successful, and it's been very eye-opening for me, learning more every day of what they do. And kind of where we're headed in the future, I mean, some of the things that we're looking at, we've seen the same things as I mentioned earlier, is that more abandonment, more injured, cruelty, neglect, and unwanted pets, the increase of those calls for animals impounded, it's kind of that reoccurring theme. It's something we've seen over the past few years. So for us, it looks like there's a couple of things that we try to work on, is that's outreach and partnership with some of our neighbors and some of our other associations within the city that we work with through our digital newsletter and forwarding social media, some of our education flyers, some of the stops that city dogs do, all the adoption fairs, they have a vehicle that they take dogs to certain events and try to get them adopted, and then working with our partner agencies through outreach.
Go ahead.
We work with some different agencies. I work with APL and the county kennel. We have some overlap in some of our services, but we work together to try and make sure that we get the most that we can, most of the pets that we can, or most of the animals that we take in adopted. That's our goal, is to get these animals forever homes and get them out with people that really are looking for a good pet. And it takes a lot of work to get to that point to make sure we're carefully adopting out these dogs. But we work with partners like Neighborhood Pets. They're out of Slavic Village area. They're a nonprofit agency that helps us. They provide funding to people on low income to help them keep their dogs in their house with low-cost vet and spay and neuter. And they also help us with, they have a grant that helps us with fencing. Some of our residents or some people that have small holes or small things that could be fixed to keep their dog contained or keep their pets contained, to keep them at home, this agency will help us. And we just started working with that partnership, Neighborhood Pets. So those are just a couple of the things that we're working on. As Director Howard stated, going into the future and moving forward, again, I'm still learning, and there's a lot to learn. But we hope to increase our recruitment footprint and get on the community and maybe head to some places that we may have not traditionally done so in the past. So we want to do that. And, we're going to have the safety ambassadors out to our facility the first week in December. I'm hoping maybe we'll spark an interest in some of these young adults coming out in the safety ambassador program that may spark an interest, and maybe they'll want to be an animal control officer. Maybe they'll want to start as a kennel worker. And so those are our couple of things we're working on. We'd like to increase our return to owners in the field. That's where we find a dog, and if we chip it, we can scan it, scan for the chip, and then work hard to try to really do the return to owner in the field with the animal to avoid bringing it back to the kennel, taking up more space. So those are other things we're working on. Our community engagement. We really are looking at some aggressive training programs for our animal control officers. It's something, in speaking with the officers, that they would like to see. I think it's something that's important to make our staff better trained and have them more thoroughly trained. But there's courses out there that we've already putting in place for animal control officer certification, number 1 and number 2. I'd like to redo this year. I've spoken with Commissioner Wheeler, and he's agreed to have some of his staff and Dr. Collins from Metro help with some of our trainings. I'd like to see all of our friends, city dogs friends, and our volunteers and our staff CPR, AED trained. We have AEDs in the building, and I think it'd be important for our volunteers as well as our staff to have that training on a routine basis. And we're looking at another course called Stop the Bleed, and we've had, it's a dangerous environment working with some of the types of animals that we encounter. So this is a program that's put on throughout the city, and the EMS has put on, University and Metro has put on. But and we're also looking at having officers trained on the administration of Narcan and seeing if we could, something that we might be able to carry down the road.
Okay. Again, Mr. Campbell, where did
Yes,
you
sir.
come from prior to come to the city?
I started my career, and I had to smile to myself when you talked about Cleveland police officers taking patients in station wagon. My career started in 1979 with EMS, and I was
Okay.
there almost 20 years, and CPD was hauling patients in the back of green
Okay.
station wagons. But my most recent career stop was Director of Public Safety for the city of North Royalton.
Okay, okay. So let me say that when we talk about safety, we always think of police, fire, EMS, and that order. But I've come to realize over the years that animal control is a very critical service in our city, especially with the dramatic increase in wild animals as a result of all the vacant lots, abandoned homes, et cetera. So council members were always besieged about the groundhogs, the raccoons, the possums. Like I tell people, the only thing I haven't seen in my backyard yet is a bear, and I'm waiting for that to happen, but I've seen it all. But this is an area that is of great concern because it troubles me. I'm a dog owner. I've been a dog owner for most of my life, and I got Lady Girl out of the kennel that I have now. And but I'm extremely upset about these characters in our city who are not maintaining their dogs, who are breeding dogs, who are fighting dogs, and everything, cruelty, I've seen it. So what I'm going to say to you and to the director, you're the new guy on the block. If you have any suggestions, recommendations to us on how we can toughen up animal cruelty laws, the illegal breeding of dogs in the backyards, especially the pits that we're seeing. But there's also the other side of this. It's a public safety issue as well, because we have police and fire and EMS going to addresses, and they're being confronted by these dogs.
Right.
And so I have to worry about officers being attacked in all 3 divisions, which is of great concern to me because I've seen what some officers have had to go through. And so I need to say again to you folks at the table, I have no problem increasing penalties, fines and penalties. You want to abuse a dog in the city, you want to breed dogs illegally, you should pay a price for that. Because we and members of the council are the ones that are confronted with when they go to our neighborhood meetings, we get our phone calls, and I'm disgusted by it. I mean, I'm just totally disgusted. And not only, but then you got these characters down in Columbus who are at the mercy of, I shouldn't say at the mercy, who just constantly are unwilling to address this issue statewide. And I know how difficult it was, some of us who lobbied for the Goddard law,
Yes.
how difficult it was, because they even watered that down. And I know Dick Goddard, God rest his soul, he was disappointed that it wasn't tougher than what he wanted. He wanted it much tougher. But so I need you to take a look at the new guy on the block. The illegal, what I want to refer to as the neighborhood puppy mills that are breeding the pits. The people who are not maintaining their dogs properly, especially now that it's going to get cold. They leave their dogs out there in a freezing cold temperature. No regard for the poor animal or the neighbors who hear the dog crying and barking all doggone day long. But I think this is an area that we need more attention paid to. And again, if we have to toughen up the laws. Now, my other thing, how many animals have you put down so far this year? Because I'm hearing from people who are engaged in this that the problem, we got a major problem in this city with the pits and American pits and the mixed breeds.
Councilman, if we can get that number to you.
Okay, you'll
we can
get that
accurate
to me.
number for you.
I need to get an accurate number.
And Councilman,
Yeah.
Chair, if I may, is that, you know, the pit bull has been a heavily demonized dog.
I understand that.
And we walk through the kennel.
Sure.
Right? The pit bulls, you know, it's kind of like you get what you put into it.
Exactly.
Right? And we share your passion, and we will be discussing a legislative agenda for public safety to work with the administration, Mayor Bibb and Chief Puente, to present to you to review whether or not and how we can strengthen our enforcement in addressing those who neglect to abuse these dogs, because these dogs are dangerous. They get loose. They're dangerous to the community.
Exactly.
They get dangerous to the ACOs. I went to the hospital to visit an ACO after she was bit. We've had a couple of serious bites since I've been here, and I can tell you that we share your passion, and we wanted to come with that legislation to help tighten this up.
You tell us what you need, and we're here to listen, and we're here to move it. You know, you want to have an animal in the city of Cleveland, a dog, a cat. You've got to take care of it. You have to take care of it. And so I just want to touch it. Then I've got Councilwoman House Jones on my list here. Any other members, please let me know. City Dogs is your nonprofit arm, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if you can get us something, so we can put in our newsletters about city dogs.
Sure.
We all do newsletters. We want to promote city dogs. So if you can get us an article that through our staff here, that would be, I want to promote that. I think all members want to promote that. The facility in Slavic Village, that's a standalone nonprofit group, correct?
Sure.
So, because we're getting these calls from low-income folks, from elderly people who are having a hard time providing food. They're having a hard time for themselves, but for their pets. Is there anything besides that organization? And I'm going to raise this again. We just opened up, not that long ago, the new facility for the food bank. Is there anything that we can do partnering with the food bank, where the food bank can get donations from suppliers and manufacturers of dog food?
You know, Chair, if I may answer that, we partner with the food bank, public safety, and the food bank in a number of ways.
Yeah.
That's a great question. I will raise that question as well. And then I think another good point to raise is that we have, right now it's being reviewed with the law department, a foster program for some of the animals.
Yes.
Appropriate for the foster program to help contribute to our live rate. We believe if we do that, we can be successful.
But if there's some way we can partner with the food bank, if the food bank can get donations of dog food, I think it's going to help many of these low-income families and these seniors that are struggling to provide adequate care for their animals. And then again, the issue with vet bills or vet visitation is a whole nother issue with low-income families are struggling. I know what those vet bills can cost. It's like, it's like you're taking yourself to Cleveland Clinic to get a bill. So we're here to be supportive. I want to stress that again. We're here to be supportive. Last point I want to touch on the wild animals. There is a growing deer problem on the east side of the city. And I'm at my wit's end because I'm getting the calls constantly. I mean, I'm talking about deers being hit. They're being hit on I-90. They're being hit on Lakeshore Boulevard, St. Clair. They're all over the place because of uncontrolled development up in the southern part of our county on the northeast side, and Highland Heights, Richmond, all up there, they have forced these poor critters down into Councilman Hairston's ward, down in my ward, and we've got them all over the streets. And I'm not going to belabor this point right now, but we got to come up with some kind of game plan here, because that's become a real problem. And they're getting hit, and then again, unfortunately, we've had to have police officers have had to put some of them down because of their injuries, and that's a traumatic experience for the community. It's a traumatic experience for our police officers. So again, I'm going to stop here. We're here to work with you.
Appreciate your support.
You need to let us know what you need. That's one of the things, I want to say it again. You need to let us know what you need out of us going into the budget. Councilwoman House Jones.
Greetings. Good afternoon through the director to the manager. How long have you been in this position?
I think it's my 7th week, 6, 7 weeks.
Okay, all right. So a couple of questions. Where is the department as far as communication on like social media? Which channels are you all on? Because I was looking on Instagram and I couldn't find
Most of our social media goes through Friends of City Dogs, the volunteer agency, and they have a
So do you know what they are?
Facebook.
So it's Facebook?
Pretty much
What
just
else?
Facebook, I think, is what they're using. And then,
Okay.
and we're looking to develop with our partners in public safety, our own Facebook webpage for animal care, just because I think we can get information out, especially the dogs we pick up that are strays, that we try to reunite with an owner. Sometimes somebody's dog just gets away, so we want to get that information out quickly so they can maybe get their dog back.
And Councilwoman, through the chair, if I may, we actually hired in the public safety a public relations specialist who is looking at creating a unified and diverse both social media and internet imprint. Public safety is part. Animal care and control is part of that.
Okay. And so a follow-up. So what's the name of the group? Friends of what?
City Dogs, it's just, one is called City Dogs, and the other is Friends of City Dogs, and they're kind of the 501c3 arm of City Dogs.
Okay, is there a prohibition on that group of not being able to use the words urgent or save on social media? The words urgent or save. So if I go, I haven't done it, so I'm following up. There was a volunteer that used to work for you all for years that sent many council members an email that outlined that basically the purpose of volunteer, and I don't know if it's true or not,
Sure.
but they were expressing that because of the increasing amount of animals that are coming in, they were very concerned with the rate that we were euthanizing dogs, and didn't believe that the department was really taking it serious to actually promote this is an urgent need, let's write it together for communities. And, so like I said, I can't, validate any of those things, but it's just like, okay, something interesting, so I'll just ask.
No, so there's no prohibition. I recall this. There was a amount of misinformation that was being put out in that as well. So it's making sure that the information in both is accurate and appropriately shared. We've had folks who and we've done presentation with the media who have been great assets to us in sharing adoption dates. Where we have also lowered the adoption fee, and that we have shared that the fullness of the capacity of our kennel, the capacity of kennels across the country, and that it is urgent that folks, if you're looking for a dog, to consider the city kennel as a source. So there's no prohibition on the use of those words. It's the misinformation associated with it and mischaracterization, because there is, I can tell you that the extreme dedication of all the animal control workers to make sure that our live rate is high and increases is of the utmost importance.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now I'm going to follow up through the chair to Manager Campbell. So this is the significant issue. What is the Division of Animal Control's plans regarding groundhogs in the city of Cleveland?
Our plan remains the same as April 1st through October 31st is the wildlife nuisance trapping season
Okay.
that we do that, and that's the time that we work with our partner, the critter control private contractor. So our plan remains the same to get that information out. Again, we could utilize your newsletters when that trapping season is going to start, the traps that we loan out, and how to reach us, the process, I should say, to try to remove some of these from the
Okay,
neighborhoods.
so this, through the chair to the manager, that is unacceptable. And I'm just going to honestly say that so it'll be the third time going into budget hearings, we do not have a plan. Has there been any type of analysis on what has transpired in the city of Cleveland to understand, like, migration patterns, groundhogs? There has been an explosion of groundhogs, and it's destroying people's homes, where we know many of our homeowners don't have the resources to kind of fix. You're talking about thousands of dollars of foundation work, and our response is, to trap them to go where, like, this cannot be the answer. Like, I'm like, have we ever done, I don't know, to the safety director, have we actually done an environmental analysis of what is happening with the wildlife and the significant financial impact or negative impact it is happening on Clevelanders? Do we know? Are we investing in? Are we connecting to researchers? Like, there is something going on in the city of Cleveland. And if we are having the same response as previous years, we are falling far short of being able to be in better partnership with homeowners to really try to lighten the significant financial burden that is being put upon them as our environment is changing.
Councilwoman, so we had a conversation in the past, and we did do some checking. Like, there is no, speaking with the state of Ohio, speaking with other jurisdictions, there's no migration of groundhogs. They don't migrate in the sense of how other animals move and flow based on season. But what we do know is that the common response is that the boom in population that came from the ceasing of enforcement during COVID increased the population of groundhogs, nuisance rodents, because there were no enforcements. One of the things that we have looked at is the common trend is increasing education to the public on how to maintain their yard and their residents and garbage and everything else to reduce the environment in which these rodents thrive, like keeping grass cut. One of the biggest issues that we see is that the homes next door to some of these residents who do exercise due diligence are abandoned or ill maintained. During the mayor's walk, we went to one place that had extreme overgrowth. It was a vacant house. Efforts were made to find the owner of that property so that we could avoid being trespassing, because animal care and control can only go on to properties when they're called. So educating the public, the significant outreach, the making traps available, the discussions that we are having about having traps available at the districts and fire stations is going to be a lot of help. But these are animals that primarily, the groundhogs and I forgot the other animal. They live underground. The possums, which are the trees. It's trapping them enough and responding to calls for service enough that reduces those populations. So to your point, education, availability of traps, working with our critter control partners who had a significant backlog and wait list for responding to these, because critter control is the only commercial entity that's out there that bids on this, that's in this business. We welcome additional companies who are in this line of work to do it as well, so we can reduce that. But a lot of it comes from the education to the public and our response by our animal control officers.
Councilwoman?
Through the chair, to the director and the manager. So, in listening to this conversation, we talk about, are we looking at potential legislation we could do. So one of the things you said, you went on there and there was an issue because of the unsightliness or what was happening next to someone that is causing these issues, but we can't go on the property because of things. Well, couldn't we just change that? Like if we needed to assist a property owner with their abatement efforts by, addressing the problem house and the current house, like what are some solutions to the table that could really help turn the tide? And are there opportunities for us to even plant a seed to come up with a Groundhog Academy? I know it's only one company that does this, but is this an opportunity to build something? You see what I'm saying? Because this is a massive issue in communities where people have been saying for years, we need help, and then our only response is, well, people need to do better. Like, I just cannot accept that. It's hard for me to process, like, oh no, just people aren't doing what they need to do. If you are saying you are on your home and you're doing what you need to, but you have a multitude of vacant lots that are not properly cared for, we don't do forestry, like the pruning and stuff. You have little forests next to many people where that wasn't the case. There is something happening, and I'm not, I can't, this is hard to process, to be like, oh no, you just got to do a trap. Like, people have been doing this, and they're not getting any relief. And we don't have any real guidance of what is a pathway release. And I think part of the issue is that we have a one-off strategy. We don't have a block by block strategy. We don't have neighborhood strategies. So it's no good if you're the only person, if this is only a self-identification system. So I might be the one doing the trapping, but if don't nobody else do trapping, how is that how it works? Do they migrate? That's what I'm saying. I don't know the patterns of groundhogs, but if I'm the only person on my street that's doing this process of groundhog trapping and no one else is, but it's going on their yards, what is the likelihood that the groundhogs will still come back, migrate to my place?
Whoever can answer that.
Well, it's how rodents, they go to where food is, where shelter is. A lot of the houses many of the houses that we have seen who have issued complaints about groundhogs, their garbage is easily available. Like, these animals are smart. Just outside of my own house. I personally witnessed raccoons standing on each other's shoulders, lifting up garbage cans. I've had a litter of raccoons in my garbage can, and a lot of it is educating people about putting a brick if you can't build a shelter around your garbage cans. A lot of times, like after cookouts, picking up food, picking up waste, and then working with building and housing on properties that have significant overgrowth as well, issuing that citation. Councilman, I do believe that perhaps there is legislative responses that we can look at, and that's going to be part of our discussion as we develop a public safety legislative agenda, and then working with animal care and control. They're out driving around. They can do a good site assessment of what they're seeing. And I think if we bring that site assessment back to you all by ward, then we can develop that ward by ward, perhaps block by block response to what we can do to help alleviate this problem.
Thank you.
So this is the last one through the chair. So how long will it take for us to get to this point? Because this is the biggest thing. It's like people have been complaining about this, right? And we just don't have an answer. Like, what could be the timeline that the Department of Public Safety will put forth a actual real plan of how we can address this, not the one-off? Because the self-selection, when it's a environmental thing, it's not helpful if I'm the only person trapping groundhogs and no one else on my street is doing it. Like, we need a little bit more.
Okay. Could we get something by the time you submit the budget to us?
Well, if I may, Chair, is that we can develop a plan. We developed a plan, in previous time, once we had went back into trapping about what it looked like, and a lot of that was education and action. And many of, when we get calls from council people about a citizen who's complained, the citizen hasn't called animal care and control. We need them to call. But we
Okay.
will work on a plan.
Okay.
I'll get a date to you, Chair, as to when we can get something to
We
you.
appreciate it. The council lady is just reinforcing, it is a major problem in the city, and unless you might not think it is such, but my son has one under his front porch by the
Yeah,
pillars.
yeah.
And so I know exactly what you're talking about.
And I would just say that to the chair, to the director, I think this is the other thing where we as a city have to look much just differently of how we are serving our residents. This whole, and I know we're designed to be a response force, but sometimes, like I've gotten a complaint from a resident, separate issue, but it's like, I'm sick of having to always call y'all when y'all know this is already a problem. I call, nothing gets done. You see what I'm saying? Like, people are tired, right? And when we are understanding, like, psychologically, when you are under a lot of stress, it prohibits you from doing a lot of things. And so I think we really have to find strategies not to put every burden on residents to identify every single problem for us to come back with a subpar response. We have to do better to think comprehensively and holistically and just stop putting all this burden on our residents who are already coming from a place of deficit in life. People can't even do the basics, but then we want them to do everything else. It is not fair, it is not equitable, and we have to find a different pathway.
Thank you, Council Lady. Our next council person is Jenny Spencer.
Thanks so much, Chairman Polensek. I'm here this afternoon because the Kennel is located in Ward 15, and I actually have a lot of residents who are involved as friends of city dogs and walk by or drive or bike by the Kennel very, very frequently, and I'm very pleased to have Mr. Campbell in the role. I know that that position was vacant for quite some time due to the qualifications, and very pleased. I know that everyone is very pleased to have the manager of the division in place. So congratulations, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you.
I wanted to talk a little bit about, through our chair, ask a little bit about, we touched on the vacancies in the opening remarks in the presentation, but in this slide deck it has the org chart. And I wanted to speak to, through the chair, can either the director or the manager discuss again the current vacancies that are in the division?
Yes. Yes, currently we have openings for 3 full-time animal control officers. We have opening for 2 part-time animal control officers. We have a chief clerk's position, a senior clerk position, 2 junior clerk positions, and those were all full-time positions. And we have an animal care worker, 1 full-time and 1 part-time position. We have a part-time position open for a vet tech, and then we do have a part-time for a veterinarian.
Thank
And
you.
we do have a temporary worker in one of the we have a temp working for one of the full-time clerk positions helping out.
Thank you. Council Lady?
Thank you. It is my understanding through the chair, it's my understanding that for one reason or another, the clerk positions have been very challenging to fill. I wanted to ask, what is the responsibility of the clerk positions? It seems like there are, relative to the overall staffing levels, a high number of vacancies amongst the clerks. I wanted to ask about their roles and responsibilities and why it's been such a challenge to fill those vacancies.
Well, the junior clerks are forward-facing positions, kind of the greeter, the face of the agency when people walk in. So they handle adoptions, they handle phone calls, they handle dispatching animal control officers when calls come in. So it's got to be someone that's able to multitask and stay organized and stay on task. And it's not an easy job, and there's a lot of the training process takes a minute because it's all the questions that come in on the phone and the questions that come into the agency are very dog or animal specific, and when somebody new comes in, it's something that takes some time, and it's just not for everybody. Some people come in and they're like, the sights, the smells, the sounds within a kennel that of our size, with the number of clientele that we have staying at the kennel, it just tends to not be for everybody. So we do, and then we have a chief clerk. That position is more of a higher level position that has in the past done payroll, purchasing, those types of things. That's the highest level clerk, and the senior clerk assists with the chief clerk. Those positions have been vacant for long before I got there, and that takes other people away from doing things. Chief Baird has been invaluable in filling all these roles because he's got that institutional historical knowledge and the history of being here for so long.
Council lady?
If I may, just briefly, is that this is why the recruitment piece for animal care and control is really important. There is a, and the councilman, I know that you've gone down to the kennel a few times. There is this is a place of employment that is very unique for special types of folks. The dogs barking, the odor that you would expect to come with the kennel, the customer service aspect. It really takes someone who has that passion for it. So that's one of the reasons why recruitment is going to be added during this off season, is to reach people like at Kent State, Cleveland State, Tri-C, Stotzenberger College, like these schools that have vet tech programs, have veterinary programs for people who have that passion to work with animals and understand what they're getting into. That's something that we're going to do that's new and different.
Thank you. Council lady?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we can put a pin in that. It sounds like the clerk positions are very important to the operations
Yes.
of the kennel,
Yes.
and it's not quite, at this point in time, a stabilized situation with staffing.
Yes.
You're making do, but earnest efforts are underway to
Yes. And
have full-time and stabilized employment in those positions.
Yes, and the chief clerk position is the more recent clerk position that has been added to provide that management of the junior and senior clerk. I think that was added maybe a budget ago or 2 budgets ago. I'd have to check, but we added that chief clerk there for that direction and leadership of the junior and senior clerk.
Thank you.
Okay.
Council lady?
Thank you. And I wanted to spend a few minutes speaking about, one more question about the hiring. I've heard feedback that it just takes a very long, it takes a lengthy period of time. I understand these are specialized positions. They're not for everybody. You have to understand the environment you're getting into, and you have to have a passion for the work. Notwithstanding that, just anecdotally hearing that it just takes a very long period of time to move through these processes. Can you give me some information that I could share back with my constituents about the timeline associated with these, and is that typical, or is there something going on that makes the timeline longer than expected?
So just
Go ahead.
just briefly, I'll address it because this is something that we've been working on longer than the period that Manager Campbell's been with us, is that Director Long, Rashawn Long, in Civil Service has been a fantastic partner in public safety, looking at how can we modernize the hiring process, streamline the hiring process, and really cut out whatever time that we can and create overlaps where we can to shrink the time. Generally, and this is also with HR Director Matt Cole, is that traditionally just hiring for the city takes a long time. They fill out the application. Sometimes there's tests. For these, there's civil service tests. So like the senior clerk and junior clerk will come off of an animal control officer, I believe, come off of a list, right? So we are looking at the same thing that we have done with police, is to create this year-round opportunity for people to apply, as opposed to waiting for a list to go out and the list to be exhausted, because many of these people that we find, they get on these lists, and because of the amount of time that it takes, they have gained employment elsewhere. So we have to figure out how to make the time more available to apply, to get on these lists. Whether or not even these lists make sense anymore is a question. And modernize the civil service human resource hiring process related to these positions. There's some complications because there are unions involved in some of these, but we have got to figure out a new way. I don't have an answer for you, Councilman, but I'm telling you that what I'm saying is that we are looking at the entire renovation of the process. But we encourage people to apply. If they see the posting, apply, and know that we are working on shrinking that time frame to get them on board as fast as possible.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, do I have a couple minutes left on my time for
Yes,
another
you
question?
may.
All righty, thank you.
Clock is a ticking, though.
All righty. So a couple questions here related to the relationship with Friends of City Dogs. Obviously, they are a critically important support for the kennel. They really enhance the operations. And I think it's, most people don't understand that the kennel is the kennel and Friends of City Dogs is supplementary. Sometimes people think City Dogs is the kennel, whatever. It's an interesting thing, but they do take on a lot. They have a tremendous volunteer base and take on a lot of work. So I wanted to just, we had some great statistics here in the presentation about the accomplishments of the division. And so, for example, I don't have my hand on it. I think it was 800 events attended, something like that.
Yes.
Just it's not 800, that would be crazy, 80. I multiplied that by 10. So through the chair to Manager Campbell, just curious to know, to level set, for example, with 80 community events, would those be attended by the City Dogs volunteers, or are those kennel City of Cleveland employees, a blend? Just because I think that it's curious about the capacity and how the degree to which City Dogs supplements that.
Mr.
To
Campbell.
the chair, to Councilman, I would have to say that it's a blend at times. Some of our full-time workers started out as City Dogs volunteers and then became workers. It's their passion, so they still attend those events. I would say most of the events are those City Dogs volunteers that attend these events and do this promotion and take their vehicle and all the things that they do in those events. The staff that we have is at the station doing calls, and it's 7 days a week out there doing what they do. But I've been to a few of their events already. It's a great group of people. I enjoy working with them. We've already developed a good working relationship. They're there all the time. So some of the leadership of Friends of City Dogs is also volunteer, and they come in and walk. And so I have dialogue with them. They stop by every day and chat, so to speak. But we have a great working relationship. It's important to maintain that relationship. It was nice that Director Howard invited them all. They were beside themselves that they were all invited up to safety to meet, so we could all do a meet and greet. It was the first time it had ever been done. And it's important for the volunteers and people that give that kind of time of their day and their life to come up and help us out, that they feel that they're appreciated and that we appreciate what they do. So we're working hard to maintain that relationship.
And Councilman, through the chair, they brought many great ideas as well to boost adoption and to attract for hiring. And they do a read program where they have young people from a school around the corner to come and read to the dogs that we are looking to expand to make available to some CMSD schools where the young people can come in and practice their reading skills to our animals. It's a benefit to the dogs, surprisingly. I was surprised to know, but it's a benefit for the young kids.
Yeah, that's the Marion C. Seltzer program, and it's
Yeah,
awesome.
right.
That's wonderful. Needless to say, sounds like that to reach that level of 80 events attended, that Friends of City Dogs capacity is essential.
Yes,
For
yes,
example.
I mean-
Okay. And then my last question, Mr. Chair, I wanted to talk a little bit, though, about a little bit of budget overlap between what we budget for the division and what Friends of City Dogs provides. It is my understanding, for example, that Friends of City Dogs has provided supplementary funding for spay and neuter services. Is this the case? Is this typical? Is there a reason that the city cannot fund that service through its own funding?
Who can respond to that?
I can, for the most part. Yes, they have paid for some of those. It's the amount in getting in has been difficult. Finding a place to do the spay and neuters has been difficult. So we're increasing that amount. We're hoping to increase that amount for 2024 and get another veterinarian service. It's a low-cost spay and neuter clinic. It's in Kent. It's very hard to get into. Veterinarians are at a shortage, and getting us to take 10 dogs at a time to get spay and neuter. So we were using they had found a veterinarian in Kent that does these low-cost spay and neuters, and the volunteers are actually taking dogs out in their volunteer truck and taking them out there and getting same-day surgery and bringing them back. And so yes, they have supplemented what we do financially.
And it's one of the things, I'm sorry,
Go ahead, sir.
Councilman, through the chair, it's one of those things that we learned from actually our sit-down, and was surprised to learn. And we are, hopefully our budget is going to reflect some adjustments to address that. And we've also looked at the vet positions. Now, we started off with a full-time vet. We switched to part-time because it's really difficult to hire veterinarians right now because of the shortage and the competitiveness with the salaries, and even making the part-time vet the salary attractive to the part-time vet who comes in. We have one vet who maintains the license for our services to animals, and then we have the other 2 part-time vets, one who does work when he can, but the other one we've got to look at, do we go back to a full-time vet and increase the salary, or do we do 2 part-time and increase the salary? With the part-time, we pay them when they work, and with the full-time, I mean, it's a salary. We would pay them regardless, but we have to look at how do we best staff that vet position so that we don't use so many outside services.
Okay.
Okay.
Council lady?
Thank you. That's a helpful update, and I look forward to staying in touch. Thank you. Thanks,
you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay. You know what our concerns are.
Yes, sir.
You've heard them loud and clear. Groundhogs, deers, penalties and fines for people who abuse dogs, who breed dogs illegally. Nobody should be breeding dogs, period, in the city of Cleveland, in my opinion. But I think, again, I'm going to look to the administration to come in with some clear and concise recommendations, because it is a public safety issue, and we see the number of dogs that are being put down in the city, and the number of dogs you indicated today you're at capacity should tell us a whole lot what's going on here.
Right.
And so I can give you a contact person at the food bank. Heavily engaged with them. I'm a big supporter of the food bank to see what we can do over there, if anything. But we're going to look. We look forward, and please provide, since you're the new guy on the block, provide all your contact information to members of council, your email, your city cell phone number, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes, sir.
So, okay. So let me say to my colleagues this. We're going to take a 7-minute break for a pit stop, okay? And I expect everybody to come back, especially those who are here through this whole process, because we have 2 very important Community Police Commission and Police Accountability Team. We're going to hear the Police Accountability Team first. So again, it is now, so I'm going to expect you back in here at 12:46, so we can get going here, okay? 12:46, 12:47. Please come back in. Committee's recessed until that time. Thank you. Will the Safety Committee please come back into session? Thank you for everyone who's been in attendance. It's been a long day. I want to thank my colleagues who were here. I know it was rough yesterday. Could someone please close the back doors, please? Thank you. We are going to hear the Police Accountability Team and the Cleveland Police Commission. Again, I want to thank everybody who is here in attendance. I want to just say this again to the viewing public. Going into next year, none of us know what the economy holds for us. Some people are predicting rough times ahead. Nationally, some people are predicting not so rough times. But obviously, the city is still negotiating with the collective bargaining units. I believe a little over half of the collective bargaining units have agreed to contract terms, negotiated terms. But there's clear what we heard today that we are having a problem hiring folks. We have to be more competitive pay-wise. So that's going to be a big concern for the administration going forward, for council, to fill critical positions. So again, this is to my colleagues and to the viewing public. We have a lot of work in front of us going into next year's budget. Again, we're going to be looking, as we've said, we're going to be looking at more ward statistics with regard to each department, each division, each section. So again, at this point, we're going to hear the Police Accountability Team. Who is going to start us off here?
I will, Chairman. Dr.
Okay.
Anderson, present.
Dr. Anderson. Okay, Doctor, proceed.
I would like to first thank you for the opportunity to come before council today. The next thing I would like to do is just acknowledge all of my colleagues that are here, and there are other colleagues that are not here that are very integral to the process and the success that we are currently having with making compliance with the consent decree. Okay. So with that, I will start our PowerPoint.
Okay.
All right, so we're going to go over a few items. This is important because we wanted to make sure that we laid the groundwork for the viewing public, the community, as well as council to talk about the Police Accountability Team, the work that we're doing, and how we're going to move forward. The Police Accountability Team, our ultimate goal is compliance with the consent decree. So that team consists of myself, Attorney Carlos Johnson, who's to my right, and Hannah Macias, who is our performance auditor. We have two positions that are vacant, another performance auditor position and a project manager position. The performance auditor position we will be looking to fill very soon, as well as the project manager position. Our day-to-day work includes continuous collaboration with the Division of Police. We review policies, we do audits, critical data analysis, and we capture results and make recommendations for appropriate modifications. We also ensure implementation of 21st century best practices and constitutional policing and the eventual termination of the consent decree. So I put a little bit about what is the consent decree here because it's important to go over that and to really understand a little bit more about where we are and how we got here. So consent decree is an order made by a judge with the agreement of all parties to be carried out by the court. In Cleveland, the consent decree is an order from Judge Solomon Oliver of the Northern District of Ohio. It sets forth an agreement between the Department of Justice and the City of Cleveland to undergo extensive reform and ensure that CDP is no longer violating any amendments of, or the amendment, Fourth Amendment, of the United States Constitution. So why is Cleveland in a consent decree? In 2013, Cleveland city officials called for an investigation from DOJ after repeated incidents of excessive use of force. The DOJ carried out a detailed investigation, and they found that CDP engaged in a pattern of using excessive force. This excessive force was a violation of the Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution, and they entered into a settlement agreement, also known as a consent decree, in 2015. The consent decree covers 8 different areas, from community engagement, bias-free policing, to use of force, to search and seizure, to officer assistance, support, and supervision. I wanted to just put the next 2 slides here because they talk about what the sections of the consent decree cover. And it's important for the community to know and just be able to glance at what the definitions of these areas are that we're seeking compliance in. So that is community engagement, communication and collaboration across the community regardless of its varying identities, community and problem-oriented policing, or CPOP, and that is when law enforcement officers work hand in hand with the community to address systemic and prolonged issues, bias-free policing, use of force. We also have crisis intervention and immediate temporary response to a person in distress by a CIT-trained professional, search and seizure, accountability, transparency and oversight, and again, officer assistance, support, and supervision. Update on consent decree progress. The assessment of progress with the consent decree has 3 critical areas: reforming policy, training and implementation, and audits, assessment, and compliance. We're happy to report that the city has completed most of its policies and training, and we are into the assessment and auditing phase of the consent decree. With that, we conducted an audit, the police accountability team, on the 11th semi-annual report to the 12th semi-annual report. So the city saw 6 increases in compliance and 15 decreases in compliance then, resulting in a net decrease of 9 paragraphs in the 12th report. How does that compare to our most recent report since the PAT has been in existence? The city saw 6 increases in compliance and 15 decreases in compliance, resulting in a net, the city saw 35 increases and 6 decreases, resulting in a net increase of 29 paragraphs in compliance in the 13th annual report, semi-annual report. So over the last 6 months, the city has increased compliance in 35 paragraphs of the consent decree. Even with the decreases in 6 paragraphs, this is a net increase in compliance of 29 paragraphs, indicating a 400% increase in compliance since the 12th semi-annual report. We've seen increases in compliance for use of force, crisis intervention, accountability, and transparency. On October 16, 2023, the City of Cleveland received its best ever evaluation from the independent monitoring team reviewing the Cleveland Division of Police. According to the monitoring team, thank you. Apologies. The city has made demonstrable progress in rewriting and finalization of division policies, as I mentioned, improvement of the quality of training, again, and improvement of performance in a number of important areas. The division continues to make great strides in achieving compliance with the consent decree, and the 13th semi-annual report illustrates that progress. So highlighting this most notably, crisis intervention received 9 increases in compliance with 5 upgrades to general compliance, which is one of the highest areas of compliance. Additionally, accountability received 10 increases in compliance with 4 paragraphs upgraded to general compliance. Along with the report submitted to Judge Oliver, the monitor has also released the following statement: the City of Cleveland and Cleveland Division of Police are to be commended for the progress made to date. So rather than reaching substantial and sustained compliance requires a whole of government approach, which you see here at the table, that embraces and is fully committed to implementing effective constitutional policing for the people of Cleveland. So we want to talk about some important updates. We understand that crisis intervention is a key area, and I would like for my colleague to speak about crisis intervention. Please introduce yourself.
Sergeant Maggie Crespo. I'm with the Cleveland Division of Police, Office of CIT.
Hold that mic right close to you. Thank you.
Okay. I'm with the Office of CIT.
Thank you.
And I am the officer in charge. Just some notable great things that we're doing in SCIT. Currently, the division has 101 specially crisis intervention trained officers across the division. 96 of those officers are designated officers, and they are on patrol, meaning that they're responding to cause for service. 6 of those officers are road supervisors. 4 are support supervisors. 27 are in specialized units, being like the detective unit, sex crimes, and areas like that where folks do come in that are in crisis. They do make reports, so it's very important to have specially trained officers in those units to address their needs when they come in. And 59 of our SCIT officers are on basic patrol. Those are the officers who are responding to cause for service. They represent 14% of the division, yet they are handling 37.3% of all calls for crisis. Notably this year, we have updated 3 CIT policies with stakeholder input, which were filed and approved by the court. We are growing our co-responder program, including increasing our numbers from 3 to 6 teams, as well as having our teams become more involved in live crisis calls. Prior to my coming to the unit, our teams would only do follow-ups. They wouldn't actually respond to live calls. They are now responding to live calls for service. Working alongside community organizations to create care plans for persons in crisis where other methods continue to be ineffective. And utilizing feedback to improve the quality of our CIT calls to ensure we are following best practices. We're assisting in shifting the leadership of MRAC to the Cleveland Department of Public Health and CIT work group meetings from the Department of Justice leadership to the city.
Thank you, Sergeant Crespo. Additionally, the monitoring team is finalizing a tool to be able to assess compliance with CIT paragraphs 131 through 159. Once this happens, the City of Cleveland will have, out of its 8 areas, CIT will be the first area to move into substantial compliance once we get that assessment. We're slated to get that assessment in January of '24. We'd also like to address use of force and fit investigation improvements. We have Internal Affairs Superintendent here. Superintendent Violin, and then we also have my colleague, Carlos Johnson, which will speak.
Thank you. So regarding fit and the use of force, the city has seen substantial. CDP hired Chris Violin as the Superintendent of Internal Affairs, who's sitting 2 chairs to my right. And since he's been in this position, he's promptly implemented changes to improve the fit investigation processes and use of force processes. One thing that he's done that's notable is that he's ensured that full officer administrative compelled interviews are conducted within 48 to 72 hours, which is required under the settlement agreement. Another notable achievement that he's been able to implement is unit practice changes that ensure that in non-fatal fit investigations, the 60-day completion requirement is met unless there is a specific and articulable reason for an extension. And then one last thing to note is that CDP Bureau of Compliance has developed data collection systems that enable them to track use of force, which allows for self-identification of use of force trends, and the analysis of this data is then reviewed through processes such as CDP STAT and the Force Review Board. Some notable achievements that should be noted as well is that there is currently a 5-year overall trend of a decrease in the use of force that is employed by CDP officers. And there is a 2023 projection that we have currently that shows that as of the end of October, there's currently a projection of 155 use of force cases for this year, which would be a 5% reduction just from 2022. And currently there are 0 open fit investigations with CDP, which highlights the fact that FIT has been working diligently to demonstrate improvement in the overall timelines of FIT investigations.
Thank you. I also wanted to speak about the fact that unit practices were implemented to ensure that in non-fatal fit investigations, the 60-day completion requirement is met unless there is a specific and articulable reason for extension, which is what my colleague just stated. I wanted to emphasize that. The other thing I wanted to emphasize is the monitoring team's assessment of the fit investigations was produced and filed with the court. It is important to note that the fit investigation assessment covered data from July of 2020 to 2022 and does not assess information or data subsequent to those dates. So based on those assessments, we did have compliance changes from the 12th semi-annual report where we did have increases in compliance. So that fit assessment does not cover superintendent's tenure in this position or the wonderful things that he has done to move forward the internal affairs unit. Update on our police accountability activities. The administration has made sure that they have invested in us in a number of ways. Part of that is getting us a newly renovated space in City Hall. We are in 318. We are hiring staff, and we are currently creating standard operating procedures. In addition to that, we were invited to attend an invite-only 5th annual consent decree conference. in October. This was the first time the city of Cleveland was ever invited to attend this conference and was represented. The Police Accountability Team and the Division of Police applied for and were ultimately awarded a scholarship for attendance from the National Law Enforcement Knowledge Lab through the National Policing Institute. The topics discussed at the conference, so that we were aware, were the role of a judge in consent decree compliance, sustainment, and termination. We were also educated on emerging issues in DOJ investigations and consent decree enforcement, reimagining oversight of law enforcement, and also messaging and consent decrees lessons learned. We have completed ride-alongs in each district on various shifts, working with officers to make sure that they understand what the consent decree is and understanding what their concerns are as officers. We have met with all district commanders, presented at 3rd District Citizens Police Academy. We've attended district policing meetings. We remain in contact with and serve as a resource for district commanders and CDP officials. We attend all MRAC meetings and subcommittee meetings. We are completing crisis intervention team training. We also are assisting, as my colleague Sergeant Crespo stated, with the transition of the Mental Health Response Advisory Committee to City Coordination and Leadership, and we also attend and review Force Review Board hearings. Please note that we are updating the way that we move forward with our assessments. So we are conducting audits and assessing compliance with each area of the consent decree. We are identifying areas which are ready to be presented to the court and the monitoring team as substantially compliant. By that, we are determining which areas of the consent decree have policies, had training on those policies, and have been assessed or are ready for assessment. We are currently breaking down the consent decree paragraphs into tasks and duties, and we are now at over 1,000 tasks identified thus far in the consent decree that need to be assigned. We are staying updated on the Community Police Commission meetings, assisting with the Public Safety Inspector General implementation process, and working with CDP and Case Western Reserve to assist with data analysis, and members of the data team are here. Councilwoman House Jones, I am proud to present to you that we do have updates to the City of Cleveland website. When I was here last, you asked that these reports be updated to the City of Cleveland website for residents, and I am happy to report that they are. Technical assistance. Last but not least, this is a very important area that I'd like to highlight. Through the Collaborative Reform Initiative Technical Assistance Center with the Department of Justice, the city applied for and was ultimately selected to receive technical assistance from the Department of Justice to assist with implementation of community and problem-oriented policing, an area that was cited in the report as needing to be bolstered. We were sponsored to attend the 31st Annual Problem-Oriented Policing Conference, which we did in Boulder, Colorado in August. We received and approved our comprehensive work plan from DOJ. We've had our official COPS meeting critical response kickoff, and we are receiving consent decree support for community engagement efforts as well as those problem-oriented policing efforts. We also applied for and were ultimately selected to receive technical assistance from DOJ to assist with hiring and recruitment, which is also an area in the consent decree. We went through an intake process which operated similarly to an initial scope call November 1st, which was very recent, and we had next steps, which are we receive the PERT work plan from Department of Justice, and then we'll have a kickoff meeting. Lastly, assessing where we are preparing data with the data analysis team, Dr. Issa and Jay Younglis, and evidence to continue to shift the crisis intervention section into the assessment phase. Again, we're looking at January 2024 or earlier. The focus on use of force and search and seizure to substantially progress those areas toward assessment and compliance. And lastly, we're looking to fill the remaining vacant PAT positions, continuing to meet with internal and external stakeholders regarding compliance measures, determining new strategic priorities for compliance, assigning consent decree tasks, those went over 1,000 tasks to integral partners, and working through demonstrating progress in noted areas of noncompliance. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Dr. Anderson, what is your total budget?
We are on the law's budget, so I apologize. I will have to get those numbers to you.
Okay.
I will.
So you technically fall under the Department of Law. And so that takes me into my next question.
Yes, sir.
Who hires the federal monitor?
That's a great question. To the chair, that's a great question. The court hires the federal monitor. We are just involved in the selection process with the Department of Justice, but they are hired by and paid by the court.
Okay, but there are several monitors, or there's a list of monitors, and we get to pick. The city picks one of them, correct?
Yes, so we put out a request for information or proposals, and we had different monitoring teams throughout
Yes.
the country that
Submitted
applied in, that
proposals.
submitted proposals. Yes, sir.
So the city ultimately picked the present monitor that we have?
Yes, along with Department of Justice and the finalization and approval of the judge.
Okay.
Yes.
And so the city of Cleveland agreed to pay the $7.50 an hour, correct?
Yes, we have to because the court sends us orders to pay the federal monitor bills.
So the $7.50 was not imposed on us. It was, when we picked the monitor, we knew what their charge per hour was going to be, correct?
Not when we picked them, no, sir.
You
That
did-
was
well-
not.
Well, then how would you know what you're going to pay them?
So they were submitting projected budgets, but we didn't know the final amount.
Okay. I don't understand that one because there's a budgetary impact, obviously, on the city. So let me just touch a moment on the federal monitor's report. They questioned some of our achievements. Would you care to expand upon that a little bit? Because we saw your presentation, but they as well cited things that they believed we had not achieved. Would you care to comment on that?
Yes, they are correct. Like I stated, we had 29 total increases, and we did have 6 decreases. So there are areas where we are pinpointing where we need to make sure that we come up to speed in. One of those areas is community and problem-oriented policing, which I stated that we now apply for and receive technical assistance from Department of Justice to actually work through that process.
Do you envision some date or some time when you think that we can achieve or meet the majority of the goals that we are attempting to adhere to?
Yes, we are well on our way. Like, there was substantial progress that was made in the 8 years, even though there are 8 areas of the consent decree. I'm sorry, to the chair. There are 8 areas of the consent
right.
decree, and they have to be moved into substantial compliance, a 2-year period of substantial compliance approved by the judge, and then they can be released. None of the areas have been moved into that space. At this point, crisis intervention is the first area that will be assessed to move into that. Next, we have search and seizure, and then use of force. After that, we're getting help with community and problem-oriented policing and bias-free policing. With that stated, to answer your question, sir, I think that we are well on our way to move these areas into substantial compliance and to seek release from the federal judge.
So you'd say maybe in another year and a half, 2 years, you have any idea?
It's really hard to say because we have to wait on the assessments from the monitors.
Okay. Because I was concerned. I couldn't stay for the whole presentation because I had 3 other meetings I had to go to. But I was there to hear enough that something inside of me was telling me that they ain't leaving anytime soon.
Mm-hmm.
What's the incentive for them to leave at $7.50 an hour? What's the incentive for them to leave?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's compliance. So we are working as fast and as hard as we can to move towards that compliance so that we can get the assessments from the monitors. So I can't speak to their motives, but we are working as the city as hard as we can.
So the judge also said in the course of the hearing that he was going to have to take a more active role. I heard him say that himself in this process. Was that an active role with the monitor or a more active role with the city? I wasn't clear on that point.
To the chair, per my knowledge, I believe with both parties.
Okay. So, because again, I listened intently, and then I couldn't stay for the last half hour or whatever it was there, and obviously we're attempting to get the monitor in here because I'm one of those who believe the monitor needs to report to the city as well, report to city council because of the budgetary issues, and just to give us some insight as to what they believe that we have been compliant with and what areas that we're not compliant in. I've never questioned the monitor being here. I know why they're here. Because the city failed, let's be very blunt about it, I'm pro-police, everybody knows that, but the city failed terribly to deal with citizens' complaints. That's the reality. I know some people don't want to hear that, but that's the reality. There's no reason why citizens had to wait and go through what some of them did, waited years and years to get a complaint heard. That was just totally unacceptable, totally unacceptable. And that's a reflection on the way the Cleveland Police Department and Department of Public Safety had been run and administered. It's not a good picture, and quite frankly, it's an indictment of the way it was run and not run. So, but there's a tremendous cost associated with it. So, because I did hear a little bit of your presentation, and I seem like got the impression that your blood pressure was flowing a little bit there.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Because I guess you had felt that the city had taken significant steps.
Yes, sir.
And I know the monitor had a different opinion. But at the end of the day, whether we like it or not, the monitor's here. We've got to make sure we're all working together in unison so we can get through this thing and have the kind of police department that we long have expected to have. And that comes from, again, someone who's been very pro-police over the years in law enforcement. But I also want accountability, transparency, and professional conduct. I will not ever dispute that or debate that point. That's what we want in our division of police, and we will not, this council, I can tell you, will not accept anything less than that. Okay. You're going to get us the budgetary figures.
Yes.
Out of the, and again, just so you're aware, as you've heard, as we go forward, we're looking at as much ward statistics that can be provided to us. So again, if we're having a problem in a specific district with the lack of accountability, because that reflects on the leadership within that district. So those are things that we need to know. Council needs to understand. Is a district being run right? Are our people engaged? Are our folks respecting our citizens? It's like when our citizens respecting our men and women in blue as well. So, questions of the committee, unless you have anyone else would care to comment on your team? First? Okay, Councilman Slife.
All right, thank you. If you'll humor me with an analogy, but a couple years ago during like a neighborhood event, liquor control showed up and told one of my restaurants that there are too many people inside. You have to get people out, it's overcrowded. And came back 20 minutes later, and the restaurant owner was saying, please help us, no one will leave. Like, you are law enforcement, will you help us like tell people to leave? And they're like, no, here's your fine. So the analogy is I worry, I'm a little confused in the degree to which the consent decree and the individual paragraphs, like, are they, like, there's a lot of qualitative stuff, but like, how do you, like, it's not quantitative. It's not like X and Y and exact figures, and it shouldn't necessarily be like that. But as I read the report and kind of did a back and forth on which sections were in non-compliance, like, I didn't quite understand like what's the path is to compliance or what are you seeking. So in order to become in compliance, because I think we all want constitutional policing, but we also want to pave more roads. And the longer that it's determined that we're not in compliance, that's fewer roads we can repave. Like, that's just kind of our lived reality. But like then, for example, like, it seems like a lot of the community engagement and building trust section, my assumption would be that that's now under the purview of the Community Police Commission, which through like that, and that's where I'm trying to understand. Like, there's the Community Police Commission, but then there's Section 115, and then I guess the question is, how do we distill the report that just came out and then understand from an operational standpoint where we need to be putting funds and resources from a budgetary standpoint? Like, I know that's a really tough, big question, but can you just like walk me through how to kind of make that marriage of like one to the next?
Yes. Through the chair to the councilman, I thank you for the question.
That's the $750 an hour question.
That's right.
Councilman Plotnick, so.
So I want to note that even though, to the chair's point, the monitor did express things in court, but I wanted to note that this was the best ever report that the city of Cleveland has received in the history of the consent decree. So we are moving in the right direction. And what that entails is the independent monitor saying that the city has made demonstrable progress in the rewriting, finalization of division policies and its training, and now we're moving into the assessment phase. And so we are well on our way towards compliance. And what we're doing, you're absolutely right. So with my Inspector General background, one of the things that we did for auditing, and our performance auditor, Hannah Macias, did this so amazingly, was we broke down the consent decree into over 1,000 different tasks. We broke down the paragraphs because some paragraphs have more than one task and more than one thing that needs to be achieved in compliance. So we did that, and we are currently assigning those tasks to individuals that need to complete them, whether it's within CDP, whether it's within OPS, or whether it's frankly within the Community Police Commission or any other entities. And to the question about the community and problem-oriented policing, it was really sad that the city really took a hit in that report. So one of the ride-alongs that I took prior to this report coming out, I think was in District 5, because we have done all the districts. And there was a convenience store that had a lot of homicides, that had a lot of robberies. And what the police district did was they worked with that entity to put up lights, to put up cameras, and now that has since decreased. And so I was able to present that information. The monitor was not present at this meeting, but I was able to present that information to the Department of Justice and our CRITAC partners after we attended the problem-oriented policing conference in August. And so we were able to present that we are actually doing community and problem-oriented policing. The issue was, or the issue is it being properly assessed by the monitoring team? And so I think that's a question that we need to grapple with, and we need to put forth on the city's shoulders more information and more data to the monitoring team. I will admit that to state, yes, we are doing this. For example, the city of Cleveland has had a partnership with the Cleveland Cavaliers where they have been doing community partnerships, as well as the district policing committees. So these are all things that are happening within the city of Cleveland but have not yet been assessed.
Councilman?
It's tough because I think this is where we probably need to engage further to understand, from the budgetary side, how can we support that mission? I guess for example, one of my concerns is use of force. Use of force being a systemic issue versus there being incidents of excessive use of force. And if out of X number of police incidents, there's 1 or 2 excessive use of forces, is that I would not think that is a systemic issue. That is almost an outlier, but are we looking at how do we define what is systemic and what is not systemic? How are we looking at individual cases out of context and kind of extrapolating out? That's a lot of where my lack of clarity is. And I'm just trying to understand. Because as you read some of the paragraphs, for example, which one was it? Bear with me. Sorry, everyone. And I'll be done, I swear.
Take your time.
In 326, where we're not in compliance, this is under supervision. The officer intervention program. Within 365 days of the effective date, CPD will create a plan to modify its officer intervention program to enhance its effectiveness as a management tool to promote supervisory awareness and proactive identification of potentially problematic behavior among officers. So the question is in that list of 1,000 things, have we just not gotten to that yet? Is it we're doing it, but we're not to their satisfaction? And how do you define what their satisfaction, how do we understand that? Or I guess as I'm not an attorney, I play one on TV, since we're well past 365 days of the effective date, are we out of compliance because we didn't do it within the time frame that was mandated? And almost you would have to amend the consent decree in order to allow us to be in compliance because of the way that it's written. That's what I'm trying to wade through.
Yes.
But it looks like someone might know.
Who can answer that?
Through the chair, I will answer first and I will pass it down. Through the chair to the councilman, it's a great question, right? And so I'm glad that you brought it up because just yesterday we presented our officer intervention program to the monitoring team and Department of Justice and the progress that we've made thus far on the thresholds and moving forward with determining how we've built this program in-house with the Power BI system. I will turn it over to Dr. Issa to talk a little bit more about the system.
Oh, sure.
Hold the mic for him,
Yes.
very close. Thank
Thank
you very
you.
much.
Thank
Identify
you.
yourself for the
Yes.
viewing public.
Oh, okay. That good?
Feel like you're
Okay.
yelling into it.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Dr. Rani Issa. I'm the data coordinator for the Division of Police. So just to talk a little bit about the Officer Information Program, the data team has been working for quite a bit of time to develop this dashboard that the division members can utilize, specifically the supervisors. The purpose of the dashboard is to compile all of the incidents that the officers are involved in a given time frame. So right now, we're working with like a 6-month period, but the purpose is to compile all the information for the supervisor so they can go ahead and examine the officers' incidents within the time frame to determine whether or not they're going to need intervention.
Thank you. Is that?
So the question would be, we're just not to their satisfaction, not that we are just
No, it's-
fundamentally incapable, through the chair, of becoming in compliance because of like the 365 date that we signed on to when we signed the consent decree. Like,
Doctor?
it's-
Through the chair to the council, no, we are not in compliance because it has not been assessed yet, and so we presented information. The way that it has been working is that we have to present information to the monitoring team to let them know that we are actually working on these areas, and so we presented that to Officer Intervention yesterday, and so we are actually moving forward with this to have them assess it so that in the 14th semi-annual report, we're hoping to see an upgrade in this area.
Thank
okay.
you.
So I'll end there because I know that I don't want my colleagues to start throwing stuff at me. But I guess the request is like how do we create like increased conversation? So like similar like what we said with fire, like what do we need to be doing legislatively in order to help support the efforts of that you all are doing, and how do we help kind of bring these paragraphs towards the right of the chart? I will remain unclear, but if you are an expert on all of this and you have it memorized, then you are much smarter than I am. But it's important, and I think we're all trying to do the same thing.
Right.
I just want to make sure that we are not in this situation where a conspiracy could be essentially that there are people who are making money off of our noncompliance, and are we being artificially kept in noncompliance because could be a financial incentive to someone out there? I'm not saying that's what's happening, but I think that's the skepticism that I've heard from people, and I want to pave more roads as soon as we can. So,
Right.
yeah.
Yes.
I also have, let me see who else on my list here. I had Councilman Slife. Anyone else? Any other questions of the so just let's wrap it up. You're going to provide to us your budget, your specific area,
Yes, Chair.
to all members. Again, as it pertains to what you can provide us as we go into next year for specific ward information would be very helpful. So, Dr. Anderson, you report directly to the law director then, correct?
On a
Explain-
day-to-day basis. So I report directly to Mayor Bibb, so we have continued meetings, yes. But on a day-to-day basis, I work very closely with Chief Ethics Officer Delonte Spencer Thomas, as well as Law Director Mark Griffin.
Okay.
Yes.
So, so when we look at the law department budget, we'll be able to see your operation
Yes.
within there, okay,
Yes.
as we go into next year. Okay, again, any information, I will say this, on all the divisions that we've heard and sections we've heard up to this point, anyone who has any pre-budget requests, please get those in to staff. Do not send them directly to the administration, get them to staff, because we want one document going in so the administration has the time and to put together whatever we're requesting, documentation, information. It's only fair to them, because once those of you know, once we get into the budgetary process, it's very hectic around this table. Okay, to Dr. Anderson and your team, thank you for coming and sitting here and listening to us all morning. Any
Thank
final
you.
comment?
Yes, to the chair, I just wanted to let the community know, I wanted to let council know, and the viewing public know that we are making substantial progress towards compliance. That is the ultimate goal of the police accountability team. We have been here. It will be 1 year in a couple of weeks since I have come on. Since I've come on, we've had 2 hires. We've moved into a new space, and we've had the best ever report that we've had since the city of Cleveland has been underneath the consent decree. I think that that's promising, and I think that we will continue to stay committed. I know that we will continue to stay committed towards and see this through to the end, which I hope will be soon.
And I certainly appreciate hearing that. I mean, we all want to get out from under the federal monitor, but we want to do it in a proper manner and in compliance. My own personal opinion, I think agreeing to $7.50 an hour was a big mistake, but that's my opinion. And so, but on that, without any further question, we're going to go back. We're going to go into the Citizens Police Commission.
Thank you.
Thank you. Community Police Commission, come on up to the table. I thank my colleagues for sticking it out today. I know many of you are running in low gear today. In low gear today. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I mean, okay. Again, if you can please close the doors on the way out, I certainly appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is our last section. And again, to the viewing public, we are going through all sections and divisions. Each of the various committees are going through those pre-budget to really do deep diving, looking at first 3 quarters as it pertains to expenditures, successes, challenges, et cetera, et cetera. The Community Police Commission came about as a result of the passage of issue 24, which then resulted in charter section being created of the city charter of 115 of the charter of the city of Cleveland. So we are now going to hear this Cleveland Community Police Commission. Welcome to the table. And whoever wants to lead us off here.
Okay.
Would you folks want to move down? There's more microphones if you want to shift down.
Do you want to shift down? Okay,
Yeah.
shift down.
Oh, well, you can, okay.
We should have enough.
Okay.
No, push it.
Okay, gang. Proceed. Whoever wants to start off, identify yourself.
Welcome. Myself is Jason Goodrick. I am the interim executive director of the Community Police Commission. I am on the staff side. And I will let the rest of the commissioners who have taken the time to join us today introduce themselves.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Adriana Rodriguez, and I'm one of the co-chairs of the CPC.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm Janice Ridgway, and I am a co-chair as well.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharina Zayed, and I'm a commissioner and chair of the Outreach Committee.
Good afternoon. My name is Terry Wong. I'm the chair of the Rules Committee and the Police Accountability Committee.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Welcome.
Pete Van Leer. I'm chair of the Policy Committee.
Welcome to the table. Whoever wants to start, be my guest.
All right. To the chair, I'll just take you through the Community Police Commission PowerPoint that we sent over here. If you just bear with us, knowing that there are community viewers out there who may not be familiar, there's some things in the beginning that probably council people are aware of, but if you'll just bear with me, we'll go through that as quick as we can. Can I have the projector?
Oh, the clicker.
Yep, the clicker. All right. All right, so a little bit about the Community Police Commission. It was established in 2015. It was originally only part of the consent decree, and our job was largely to make recommendations and serve as a kind of a throughput to build relationships between the Cleveland Division of Police and the communities they serve. And that lasted from 2015 until 2021. In 2021, as you're aware, there was a ballot referendum to overhaul the CPC and make it permanent, and also empower it with some new duties that it did not have under the consent decree. Under the consent decree, we were a recommendation board, an advisory board to the chief and to the city, and now we're a little more complex than that. Okay, so issue 24 became Charter Section 115.5 on November 2nd, 2021, and that made us, quote unquote, an oversight body with powers to directly engage with the police on some of the issues, particularly the ones that are around the consent decree, but basically policy, training, accountability. Those are some of the major things that the citizens empowered us for, moving us forward. And we are possibly one of the more empowered commissions in the United States. There are some that have about equivalent to us, but one thing that's important to note is that it's new for the city of Cleveland. So we had the Community Police Review Board, who you've already met on this operational hearing cycle. They did exist since the 80s in Cleveland, but the CPC was new and novel here. So some of the things that changed in 2015 consent decree, there was a selection panel for commissioners, and we were under the Department of Public Safety. We were a temporary entity with a sunset provision when the consent decree goes away. We can make recommendations, and we can only request documents. Under the charter section, and this is very generalized, there's a lot more to it, but now there's an appointment process that's run by the mayor in conjunction with city council. So it's each has different appointment authorities for this commission. We're independent in some ways, particularly in our thought and our actions. We're permanent, and we're the final authority, and that's a quote from the 115.5 over CDP policies, procedures, hiring, practices, and trainings. We also we are the last stop on the disciplinary process, and we have the power to subpoena documents and testimony. So here's your commissioners. There's 13. We're in our, as everyone's aware, since council went through the appointment process, this is the end of the first year. They were sworn in in December of last year and began their work in January. And it's 13 people who went through a community selection process, had to apply. There were 2 vetting cycles before it went to you all and the mayor.
Just at that point, who are the 3, remind us, who are the 3 appointed by city council?
Myself, Commissioner Adams, and Benito.
It would be, hold on, Commissioner Adams, okay, council.
Commissioner Benito.
Okay, wait, let me find out that. Gotcha, okay,
And myself.
okay, gotcha. Okay, thank you.
And that's go ahead, Chair, sorry.
Keep going.
Yep. So this is the complete list of all 13, and you can see the first year that we go through this cycle, the ordinance required to stagger so that we don't have to repeat the whole council in 4 years. So some members are 2 years and some are 4, so that we can keep continuity and always have people who are in the middle of their terms on different cycles. So we are halfway through the 2-year term for half of the commission. So we will be going through applications, I imagine, next year again for the 2-year term and after the first 2-year term, it becomes all 4 years straight across the board. So every cycle we go through, every 2 years will be 4-year appointments. Commissioners are also eligible to reapply for the commission.
Is there a mandatory length of term, how many times you can serve on the board?
I would have to look at the ordinance. I don't recall off the top of my mind if there is a term limit. If there is, I think it was 8 years off the top of my head. Some reason that's ringing a bell, but I don't want to say that affirmatively.
Thank you.
The commissioners are stipend under the ordinance, but they're also supported by full-time staff who are here all the time. So you're somewhat familiar with this through the budgetary cycle. Here's our staffing complement for the commission. Right now, we are at 7 positions, with 2 of them being vacant, and 1 of them being interim appointment, which is the executive director, which I'm currently serving in that interim capacity. So the 2 vacancies are CPC legal counsel. We have worked with law department to come up with the job description on that. It will be shared, half-time for CPC work, half-time for law under contracts. So their contractual law division over there will be managing this person when they're not at the CPC. And that's to start. We know we needed legal counsel. The community knew we needed legal counsel. The city recognized that, and council recognized that as well. We don't know the full legal workload yet, so we're wading into it with a shared position half-time.
Are any of these positions civil service?
So they all are civil service positions, sir. The executive director is the only non-classified exempt position, and that is out of the ordinance. The rest of them are classified civil service positions.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So division of labor is important. We have, and we'll talk a little bit about this later on, there is more work than there is capacity to do the work. So we have to be selective about how we divide the labor and what things we tackle here. So this is our current setup. We have the full committee as a whole, and similar to council, it's broken down into working committees around topics. So here right now we have standing committees of police policy, police accountability, police training, and those are our police-oriented committees. So then internally, we also have our rules committee, which manages the bylaws and adjusts the commission's own rules. We have budget and grants, which we'll go into a little bit more what their responsibility is, but that's yearly budget creation and then management of and administration of the grants program, which we're charged with under 115.5, and then internal training to keep us on top of trends in oversight and police policy. So we have a committee that looks at how the commissioners, what type of training they should have on their own. So in addition to the police training, we also have our internal training committee. And through those committees, they establish work groups. So those are where the work really gets done. That's where we meld in with community members who are subject matter experts on any specific topic. 1 or 2 commissioners are appointed to the work groups from the committee, and they will investigate, look into things, find out what best practices are, and then feed recommendations back to the committee, which feeds it back to the commission as a whole. Okay. So let's talk about our first year, what we've accomplished. Quite frankly, it's quite a bit. This is my 3rd iteration of a commission. This is the 3rd time I've gone through from orientation to seniority on commissions. On this particular police commission, and I'm very proud of this group, having seen them comparatively to other groups, how quickly they went to task and got to work, and put out some real tangible effort to deliver on what the citizens want them to do under 115.5. So we began with a training session, and that was, I'm sorry, there was an updated, there is a typo in this, I did send an updated one, but it was actually January 25th. So that first bullet point has a typo that says on February. It was orientation training session was January 25th. We adopted bylaws. The commission adopted bylaws and operational procedures early in the spring, which was one of their first responsibilities. They had to write down the rules and how they are going to perform amongst themselves with all their duties. They also developed a training plan for themselves in conjunction with staff. So primarily focusing on police policy and legal issues. They had over 40 hours of training combined to help get them up to speed with some of the things they'll be working on, which included the consent decree, the Division of Police through Commander McGouth's office came out and delivered 2 Saturday trainings on police policy, went through each of the consent decree policies, some of the major work they've done the last few years. We also set them up on the internal police training system where they deliver online training. So commissioners have accounts in there so they can also participate in police policy training that is delivered online. And then we had a contingent of people from CSU's law school come out and do an 8-hour legal training, which was pertinent to their ability to assess police policy and do their work as commissioners. So a lot went on in that time. They elected co-chairs. We've conducted in this year alone 15 full commission open public meetings and 3 special meetings, over 40 open public committee meetings. We've collaborated with other entities, so we have commissioners assigned to attending mental health response advisory committee meetings and Cleveland Division of Police Training Review Committee meetings. In addition, we had 2 commissioners who attended the full specialized CIT training and audited it this past fall. We also had a community conversations on trauma series. You may have seen some of that. There's a documentary online for it. That was a conjunction of a bunch of other entities in Cleveland, but we were a major driver of that, and it was conceived in our office. And then we developed an 18-month strategic work plan, which we'll dive into a little bit at the end of this, that prioritizes our goals and our work for the next 18 months as a commission. One of the major things that has taken up a great deal of our time in this summer and into the fall has been the provision where the CPC administers and awards community grants. The grants are appropriated through an automatic cycle by the charter, and they're based off a % of the police budget every year. And that goes through council and is confirmed each year in the budgetary cycle. And then this year we had a little over $1 million to give out in community grants. So this program there's nothing like it in the city. It's never been done before. So we had to really start from scratch on this in conjunction with law. We worked as quickly as we can to set up a program that's transparent, ethical, and done correctly, and is responsible with taxpayer dollars. So at the end of that program, we ended up with 26 awardees. And it's important to note, I think we had over $4 million in requests, upwards of 90 applications. So it was a great deal of work. And that's just its first year. So we imagine that will only increase as this moves forward. And under the city charter, there are 3 program categories that are outlined there: restorative justice programs, violence prevention, and mediation. And some of our applicants had multiple hits on either of these categories. So that's why you see the numbers are a little higher than the 26 there. But overall, there were 9 programs in restorative justice that are going under contract, potentially violence prevention, 21 programs, and mediation, 8. So right now we are in the phase working with law, and law has really thrown a lot into this project. I do have to give them credit for being extremely responsive. Delonte Spencer-Thomas and Stephanie Melnick over there, both Chief Assistant Directors of Law, have done wonderful things to move this grant forward and make sure we can get this money out the door in this budgetary cycle. So I just want a little shout out to Law for their assistance in making sure we get this done right, and they are currently working through these 26 awardee contracts. So it's important to let the community know, let the court know, let council know, and every other one of our stakeholders what the CPC is going to be doing, right? So it's important to say what we have done, and I think we covered that as best we could here. But what are we going to do is the big question, right? So as I said before, if you look at 115.5, there are like 28 different duties and responsibilities that this CPC can get involved in. And the community has asked them to get involved in. In addition to that, we have paragraph 13 through 21 of the consent decree that we have to get into compliance with ourselves in order to help the city move forward with its goals to go out of this consent decree eventually. So we had to throw all that on the table and look at what we can actually do realistically, and that's what the strategic framework is. It is our outline for everybody of the projects by committee that we are going to be taking on in roughly the next, till the end of 2024. So it provides us a way to hold ourselves accountable to goals and objectives that we've set. And the primary component of that framework, which takes up a great deal of time, energy, and effort again, is getting in compliance with the paragraphs 13 through 21 of the consent decree. So we were in compliance with all of our paragraphs prior to this CPC being seated. The monitor removed us out of compliance because that work was done by a different CPC. So they basically reset the compliance for us. So that put a big workload on us to go back, work as fast as we can to get back into operational compliance so that this city can move forward with its goals to entertain getting out of the consent decree. So I did pass out a copy to everybody, both what we covered before, all the grant awardees. It's broken down by ward and dollar amount. And then also you have a copy of the 18-month operational plan. I'm not going to go through each of these things. It's pretty self-explanatory. It's broken down by committee. It has objectives and key results for each one of our projects that we expect. And it opines a little bit about the budget, what we may need to do that, but not too much budget oriented. So that concludes the high-level overview of this year and where we're going in the future here.
Thank you. Do any of the commission members want to add anything to that? Anything? Okay. What percentage of the police budget do you receive?
To the chair, I think it is roughly, it's 1-point-something% or 2% off the top of my head, and it's either that or whatever the gross domestic product is for the year or something. It has to do with economic, either the economy, the greater growth of the economy, or directly tied to the police.
So if you could, I'll make that official request. You can provide that to us, because obviously, as you were here in attendance, as we are going into the budget end of this year and next year, none of us have a crystal ball as to what we're dealing with here, and I'm concerned about some of the issues that we're going to be confronted with. Each of the commission members receive compensation, correct?
Correct.
What is that dollar amount?
So the total amount for commissioners, they put that under the salaries.
Yes.
So if you look at board members, that's 50/30. The appropriated amount is, I don't have my glasses in front of me here. Date expenditure. So I think it's roughly 10,000 per board member, a little bit underneath that, because we have 100,721.99 as the year-to-date.
Thank you. And then your committees, chairpersons, if you could provide that to us as well in writing, who chairs the various committees, and the length of the terms of the individual member when their term would run out as it pertains to the commission. The organizations that have been funded, we received that guarantee list. Are they all nonprofits? Whoever can answer that.
Yes.
They are.
They all nonprofits.
So it's a combination. So some of them are 501c3, as well as in our grant description, they had to have a fiscal agent if they are not grassroots, because the intention of the charter is to allow various stakeholders, which includes residents, right?
Okay.
So that was our chance to do our due diligence to ensure that tax money is accounted for, right?
So every one of these groups that you've awarded, and I saw the dollar amount here somewhere. 1 million something or other here.
80,000.
1,080,000. You reviewed each of their proposals, and then you indicated there were groups that applied approximately for $4 million, correct?
No, that's the total amount.
That was the total, yeah, it
to
applied.
Grant
Okay.
program.
And you awarded to the 1,080,000. So, because I look at the list, and I'd say, for me, I can't speak to any of my colleagues, but for me personally, I never heard of 90% of these people. Never heard of 90% of them. And when I see under the category, so what's VP represent under category? But just violent prevention? Okay. And then M in remediation. And what's RJ? What is it?
Restorative justice.
That one?
Yes.
Okay, that might be better. Oh, yeah, okay, that's better yet, because the one we have here doesn't, okay. Okay, thank you very much. I've got one here now that I'm seeing that. So when I'm looking at this group, I see some that are defined on award basis, very few, but the majority are citywide. How do you, for something, a group that receives $25,000, how do you do anything citywide? Can somebody explain that one?
Yes, to the chair. Some of the funding was based on continuations of existing programs. So there may have been a program already in existence, and they just needed additional money.
Okay.
There's a $15,000 award there for NEON.
I see.
You know, so in those instances, the grant application actually specified that this was to continue a program or to do an add-on to an existing program.
Okay.
So that's how the dollars
So
work.
and the ones that are at 50, they do not have to come back to city council for confirmation?
No, it's our
'Cause it's
understanding
under.
that it has to be like 50,000
Or above.
and
Okay,
above.
okay. So, so who's going to monitor to see what these groups are doing? Because one of the concerns that we've had here around the table, a growing concern, when you look at what we have passed through the last year's budget, 2022, and now this year, we have allocated millions for violence prevention. Yet violence is not diminishing nor decreasing in the city of Cleveland. That's a given. We got this, that we're going to hit possibly a 30-year high for homicides. As of last week, it was 51, I believe, homicides in the city. Every major crime category has increased substantially in the city. And what I heard yesterday on Election Day, because I always like engaging people either before they go in or when they come out, the number one denominator that I heard yesterday was people when they came out, when they would talk to me, is the violence in the city. That was number one. There was nothing even remotely close to it. It was about the violence in the city. And I, two ladies who talked to me, and I worked all 9 voting locations in my ward, visiting them, had lost immediate family members to gun violence in the city. So my greatest concern initially when we were told about the awarding of dollars to groups, it goes back to what my dear late honorable colleague used to say all the time at the table, Fannie Lewis, late Fannie Lewis. We've given a lot of money away, but we don't have much to show for it in the city of Cleveland. So who's going to monitor these groups to see if they're performing, if they're doing citywide? I'm going to be asking questions. What are you doing in my neck of the woods? Are you doing anything in my neck of the woods? Are you doing anything in the 5th District? We have collectively got to figure out who's doing what and who's not doing or not. And those that aren't doing, they got to go. We got to fund groups that are really out there doing what they're supposed to do to help us in these neighborhoods. So who would ever want to care to comment
I
on
would
that?
just like to make a couple of comments to
Sure.
the chair. The first is that as someone who has worked as a stakeholder in the Garden Valley area,
Okay.
an area that has been often identified as having some of the highest violent crime rates in the city of Cleveland, I think one of the things that we have come to realize is that stakeholders don't often do the best jobs coming into communities. It really requires people who live in these communities, who know the issues in these communities, to address, some of these major issues. So what has happened here, and this is one of the benefits, I believe, of this grant process, was that a lot of these organizations are organizations from the communities themselves. They are small, not all of them are large organizations, some of them are small organizations. They're not necessarily stakeholders in some of these communities, they actually are the residents. And that was one of the advantages, I think, of the whole grant process. It gave small organizations a chance to apply, whether they were officially a nonprofit or not, but they could operate under a fiscal agent who was a nonprofit. I think the other piece to this is that each of these organizations has to work with the city law department to finalize a contractual MOU as far as how their work will be done. It's a pretty extensive document, over 20, I think about 25 pages. And we aren't the ones who are working with these organizations to finalize their contract. It's the law department that's doing that. There also is a monitoring piece within the grant process that says in 6 months they have to give us a status report.
They give the commission or the cities?
It gives it back to, I think it's the, excuse me, it's the city that also comes back to the commission as well. Yes,
Okay.
but I believe strongly that we also need to monitor these contracts, that the commissioners need to monitor the contracts, just to make sure that they are on task. But more importantly, so many of these organizations may not have worked with grant applications before. Their ideas are amazing. We had some amazing concepts to come through. But whether they can implement them according to the contract that's being established with the law department, I think that's one of the responsibilities of this commission, is to make sure that we follow some of these organizations and that they are in fact doing what they proposed in their proposal. I would just like to mention one. Prolific Achievers is an organization out of the central area. Yes, it's a young group. They have had some.
I'm looking for them on the list here.
It's on the back.
Okay.
And I was just fortunate enough to interview them. I did not rate their application, but I was fortunate enough to interview them, and I was so impressed by what they had done. I was impressed by their website. I was impressed by their work. So the next morning, I went to the site to see it for myself because they had already begun some of this work and needed additional funding. I think the best affirmation that came with that selection was Signal Magazine did an amazing article on Prolific Achievers last week talking about the work that they're doing, and they fit all three of those categories. Restorative justice, mediation, and violence reduction or prevention. Right. To have Signal identify that organization, though we were the ones who had identified it for the funding, I think it says a lot about how closely we monitored these applications as we received them, how we reviewed their applications, how we listened to their interviews, and then took the time to go out and look at the work if they were looking for funding to continue the work that they were doing.
Okay, that's important because again, I mean, all of us are. I mean, even though you are guaranteed a certain percentage of the city, of the police budget, and you'll provide that to us, we want to make sure that we're having the biggest bang for the buck here, and that we're really supporting groups. Because again, I've asked this question, especially with a lot of, like I said earlier, with the violence interrupters that are being funded by outside agencies. I don't see much help or improvement taking place. And so I want to make sure. The other thing is that the programs are just not focused in one neighborhood. or just not one area or one police district, that we're looking across the board, because as I look at the police stats, no neighborhood in this city today is immune from violence. That's a given. We're all seeing it across. Now, some neighborhoods are receiving it more, unfortunately, but the fact of the matter is we're all seeing it. And I would like to see, because this is your first opportunity to fund groups, I would really like to see organizations that are engaged in the schools, in the K through 8s, because I hear from the violence interrupters that I believe have their ears to the ground and are doing something, that's a big problem in the city today. It's the K through 8, especially the kids that are in 4th through 8th grade. That's a big problem, because once they get into high school, we already got a problem. But we got to focus on more of the middle schools in the city collectively across the board. And so as you go forward, I hope you're going to be measuring and monitoring the groups that you're funding, and that we provide the kind of assistance. And again, the proof will be in the pudding. You'll know very shortly. You funded this is for a year, each of these groups?
Yes. To the chair, yes.
Yeah, the proof will be in the pudding.
Yeah,
what kind of success we're going to have.
To the chair, some of them may go a little longer. So in the contract,
Yeah.
we're building out an extension if they haven't met their goals, a possibility to request that. But to your point, these contracts are going to be, you said what you're going to do to the CPC, and part of the grant application process was, how are you going to measure that, right? So we're solidifying their own words for accountability in this contract, right? So if they said they're going to do something, that is, now you all know grants are a gamble, right? When the federal government gives us money, it looks like a great program.
Yeah.
It may fail, it may succeed. They don't know, right? So it's not like we can pull the money back, but we can learn from this. This is the first year. One thing I will say is that the contracts, the reports, we didn't realize how much of an undertaking this is going to be, right? So it is conceivable that we both have mutual concerns about monitoring this money, seeing the efficacy of this money, that maybe in June next year, mid-budget, we might come and say, you know what, this may be something we need a staffer for in the future. So I want to put that in your mind, that the grants process has taken a considerable amount of time, energy, effort. And as we're managing, this is 1 year, we may have crossover. We might have to manage 40 agencies at a time.
Yes.
So it's conceivable that it may require the CPC have a full-time staffer just to monitor this, to keep in touch with these agencies, to go forward. And we'll know that as we move forward, right?
Okay.
They're also on reimbursement. That's the contract default, right? So they have to first show they did the work before they can receive the payment. Now, we do have a provision in there, some of these smaller agencies, if they don't have the capital operating budget, they can work individually with law to come up with maybe cycles, right? So you get maybe 4 disbursement cycles.
Okay.
But they are, very well, this city has great financial auditors and auditing team, and you can bet they're going to make sure that the money is being spent where they said they're going to spend it.
We hope so. And because that's not to say that the city has not had its own challenges and pitfalls that we've experienced over the years. And that's why when we gave the Cleveland Foundation the $10 million to their programs, that we insisted that there be a strong monitoring component in there to make sure, again, because we're funding all these agencies. We've got a department here that we have funded within the city that we never had before, Office of Prevention and Violence. And so we're doing a lot of stuff here, but we want to see the end results. We want to see violence diminish. We want to see this carnage that we have experienced in our city, again, diminish. And we want to see more and more of our young people being able to succeed and be successful here. A couple other questions I'm open up to my colleagues. Your meetings are governed by the Ohio Sunshine Law, correct? Yes. So from the moment you start, like these meetings, to the time you end, there's a video, correct?
A live stream. Live stream.
Okay, live stream. You're aware there cannot be any deletion of video or vocal. You know that, correct? I want to reinforce that because that was a concern here within the body at one of the meetings about the video or attempt to shut off video or to do away with shut off the voice. That won't cut it here. That cannot happen. We cannot shut our stuff off, nor should we. And then the last point I want to make, and I'm just going to add before I open up for questions of my colleagues.
Can I have just a question for the
Yeah.
attorney? No, a public meeting is a public meeting, long as people have access to a public meeting.
Yeah.
Again, again, I guess that's the qualification for any. Do we have one in that? I don't know if the lawyers are here, but and maybe you can ask as far as we have open public meetings, but the use of access on television, on audio, that's in addition to.
Yes.
That's in addition to. I just want to get clarification
Okay.
for that.
Yes.
And again, if someone can add, as
So
long
that
as
would
you,
be legal.
that is the standard, a public meeting.
Yeah, I'm very much aware of that. And if they're
Yes.
dealing with personnel-related issue, that's a different story. Okay, that's a different story completely, just as we're dealing with the personnel-related issue in council. But the other point I want to ask, and I guess it's, what's the drama that's taking place that I've heard from so many people who have sent me video of the meetings, have sent me audio of the meetings? What's the deal here? Why is there friction among the board members?
Yeah. So what I would start out with, that we have a theory of course, forming, storming, norming from Bruce Tuckman, and overall this is a normal phenomenon in the storming phase, right, where we're learning to work together. But it's particularly interesting with the police commission because we are learning how to navigate I always say parliamentary procedure, which includes a city charter as well as state statutes and federal, right? So as we're learning to navigate that, we are learning how to implement healthy change and advocating for the most marginalized in Cleveland, as well as implementing reform. Of course, with 13 diverse individuals, we have various ideologies about how to pursue that, right?
Yes.
So we are learning how to utilize a parliamentary procedure to implement that change, right? That's not always clean cut. It's not always straightforward. And I think the decisions that are made and various decisions will have an impact in the structure of the commission, as well as future commissioners, as well as probably future oversight entities. So there is no easy answer. We're going to learn how things play out, and that will determine our structure essentially.
Okay.
And I would like to
Go
add,
ahead,
if
go
I
ahead.
may, to the chair. And I think that my co-chair alluded to this, and that is that we have 13 highly credentialed, opinionated individuals sitting on this commission. We came to the commission having been interviewed and selected by citizens throughout the city. Nobody came to this commission knowing what the other person felt was a priority.
Yeah.
We knew that the priority was to institute constitutional police reform, to improve the relationships between our police and our residents. But how we go about doing that, we didn't come to the table with a consensus about how that could be done or would be done.
Okay.
And I think that's part of it. I think the other piece has been a major discussion trying to resolve our responsibility as a member of the City of Cleveland, an agency of the City of Cleveland, and what our obligations are under 115 through 115.5, and what our obligations are under the consent decree. I spoke before Judge Oliver the other week, and I talked about this symbiotic relationship that must exist in order for us to be effective, because there are some things that are mandated under the charter, and there are other things that are mandated under the consent decree. And so we have to come together and figure out how to do this. I will say this. I believe that we are reaching a tipping point in our ability to work together, to collaborate, and I think one of the best examples of that is what happened with the grant process. You had 8 of us working every day, sometimes 10 and 12 hours, trying to take us from 90-some applications down to the 26 that would cover the 1,080,000.
Okay.
We worked together to do that. We didn't always agree, but we learned how to collaborate in order to accomplish that task. So I believe we're close to that.
Okay.
I won't overpromise and say that there will not be any more contention, because I think even in your body, occasionally there is contention and disagreement as well. But I think we know that in order for us to move that needle on the consent decree, and for us to get from under that consent decree by actually implementing constitutional police reform,
God bless.
that we have to be able to move that needle on the consent decree.
Okay. Well, let me say this, because you touched on it just a moment. I came into this body, there were 33 of us. Then we went from 33 to 21, then to 19, now 17. What I learned coming into this body a long time ago, before you were around, okay, that there has to be decorum. There has to be basic respect. The 17 of us here, we're all different. There is not two people alike in this body, I can assure you. We all come from different neighborhoods, different backgrounds, different races, different nationalities. But the glue that holds us together is basic respect. Basic respect is the glue, and we can disagree and still be agreeable. So, because if you don't have it, it's the glue, and then the other side of the coin, it's the lubricant that just kind of smooths things out when things get tough around here, and people had a bad day or had a bad situation in their neighborhood, or sometimes feel maybe their neighborhood is not being issues in their neighborhood not being dealt with the way they felt they should be dealt with. So that's all I want to say. I wish I had all 13 of the board members sitting here, because I will tell you this. The perception on TV is not good. It's terrible. It's terrible. And I hear from police officers. They say, Councilman, as I heard yesterday from a senior ranking member of the police department who's coming to vote in my ward yesterday, he said, Councilman, do you understand our concerns? Here's a group that can't get along among themselves, and they're going to be telling us what to do, or they're going to be possibly disciplining us, but they can't get along. So I needed to say that to you. It's that perception that it's chaotic. There's people fighting, yelling at one another. And all I can say again, the council president at times, I kid him, because I was in that position at one time. Sometimes it's herding cats. You, chair lady, you're herding, co-chairperson, you're herding cats at times. You got to understand the difference of opinion. All I'm saying is you go forward. Because this is something that the mayor wanted. He wanted issue 24 to pass. It's not reflecting well on him either. And there's members in this body, some members of this body supported it. But the fact of the matter is, whether you supported it or didn't support it, it passed. It's charter. And we got to figure out how to make it work. We got how to make it work. And police cannot look upon it as a liability, their personal liability. I've told some of these police officers, whether you like it or not, it's the law. And we got to figure out how to embrace it and make it work. Make it work. And if it becomes something other than that, then we'll deal with that at that time. But we're all in this thing to make this city work, to make it work, and to be respectful of each other. So that's the only, I needed to say that. If nothing comes out of this meeting today, is that the board members have got to treat each other with dignity and respect. Because if not, you won't be able to accomplish anything. Yes, you have a hand.
Thank you. So
Identify yourself for the viewing public.
Okay. I'm Terry Wong. I am the chair of the Rules Committee and also the Police Accountability Committee. I want to echo some of your sentiments and take a little bit of differing pause from what was expressed by the two co-chairs. I think there is this tendency when people see people fighting that it devolves into a discussion of personality. And of course, decorum is very important. But I think from my perspective, especially as having the accountability of internally the commission and also externally with the police, that there are differences in how there are structural problems with the commission. We have people that not really, and I'm just being honest here, getting in ways of fulfilling the consent decree. For example, I've made a request to OPS, I'm the Police Accountability Committee Chair, over 3 months ago. That request has not been fulfilled for records. And now the monitor may have to get involved in, and then unfortunately the 2 co-chairs have interceded in that when it was my purview. So I think we need to really, because I agree with you, this is a consent decree. That by definition means there was an agreement that we try to solve this problem. I understand there's going to be different considerations of strategy, different kind of comfort level with how fast we go and where we go. However, there is a general agreement that we had some issues with the police, and I think the police officers I've spoken to would like those issues resolved too. So I'd just like to just provide that input that this goes beyond personality. I'm not sure, I can't exactly tell you because I can't read the minds of my board members what is compelling this, but I hope that we work together and fulfill constitutional policing, fulfill the consent decree. This, once, if we're all engaged in the consent decree eventually leaving, and I do agree $750 an hour is a very momentous amount to pay for the work that they are doing very well, but this is not sustainable for the city, then the best thing to do is to solve these problems.
I agree with you.
And if I can't get the records from the city to actually even look at the problems, that would be a great detriment to our ability to work together on this. So I just wanted to provide that structural perspective.
And I would hope that, again, you have the committee, that's why we've asked for the committee chairs. I'm assuming, just as the council president has to oversee the committees and the committee chairs, that you have 2 co-chairs that I'm assuming through, I'm not clear what the internal mechanism is, but if you're requesting something out of the city, I'm assuming the chairs, it would come out not from an individual committee, but it would come from the chairs to the city saying, we need this information, or from the acting interim director. And I will tell you this, if there is a difficulty in obtaining information, then the council, we need to know that as well. We want this thing to run smooth. We want cooperation. The city needs to be cooperative. And if it's not being cooperative, then we need to know that. Because we're never going to get out of this thing then. We'll never get out of this thing. And that cha-ching, that 750 is going to keep going, and we're not going to achieve what we want to achieve here. So I'm not ashamed nor bashful to say they've requested this information. Why aren't they getting it?
To the chair, the co-chairs are working on that. We've had meetings about that. They were not, they were not outside of the Sunshine Law, but we have addressed that. I think, again, what you see, some of the differences that exist within this commission in terms of where roles and responsibilities rest. I just needed to say that.
And to the chair, one more, as an observer,
yes.
right? So I'm not a board member. I serve the board. And as I've said, I've seen multiple iterations of this board struggle through their identity, what they are, who they want to be, right? And it's a challenge. And I think that our co-chairs hit on that it's normal, okay? But what I would like to say is Cleveland and other cities, the media loves the drama, right? So that arguing headline and all that stuff, that's all well and good. We've seen that headline between council people and the mayor's office from time to time, right? They grab on that, and that's fine, whatever reason they have for that. But I would say, look at what's been done. Nobody expected this board to accomplish what it has in a short 12-month period of time, and we're just getting started. These are capable people who are going to do really good things that the voters asked them to do. So look at what we produce. Don't just read that headline and make an assumption that we can't get this job done, because this board is very capable, and when they put themselves to task, they do get it done. So look at the outputs. Look at our strategic framework. Hold us accountable to that, and don't worry always so much about the headline, because that is just the tip of the iceberg.
But the committees have to work through the chairs. The chairs of the committees have to work through the co-chairs, and then have to work through staff. That's how the council operates. No council, I can tell you, no council committee operates independently of the body.
So what I would say, the Cleveland Community Police Commission is going to continue to reflect and evaluate our practices and continue to refine and cultivate and essentially continue to improve operations to ensure those mandates are
council
adhered
committee
to.
operates independently of the body or the council president. We don't. No chair here can operate on their own game plan. We don't operate it because all of that will do is cause friction and division. We are a team. Again, we are a team. We have difference of opinion. We argue. We argue behind the scenes. We da-da-da-da. But, you know, but then, like yesterday on Election Day, we galvanized. We galvanized to support a colleague at the end of the table to get reelected, and we galvanized on the issue 38. And some people had reservations on it as well, but we galvanized because we know what we had to do. I'm saying to the committee chairs, you got to galvanize and work with the chairs and then work with staff so we can get going and get things done right, and not, so you're not looked upon as a liability for the city. As a liability, because again, we have to talk about this. Maybe, and this is the first time when they did the exit interviews with police officers, and talking to officers why they won't apply, prospective people will not apply for the Division of Police. They cite issue 24. They cite issue 24, and we got to get above that. We got to get beyond that. It's as I tell officers again, like I just said, whether you like it or not, it's the law. Get over it. Let's get over it. Let's get going here. Let's do what we got to do to create the best doggone police department we can in this city.
So what I would say, we all are learning to identify misinformation barriers to ensure that as an oversight entity that we ensure that it is create a safer Cleveland for residents as well as police officers. As a new commission, definitely there will be barriers, but we are going to identify those and eliminate any barriers to ensure that we are able to implement our mandate.
Councilman Starr. Councilman.
Thank you, Dean. You know, like you said, a lot of it started way before I was a thought, right?
You were a nightmare, but go on.
You know, you got a birthday. Look.
Go on.
Hey, we know the dean got a birthday coming up next week. You better stop. No. But no, just something like you brought on. Yes, like 17 members on council. We all have 17 different views.
That's right.
And sometimes our views be focused on neighborhoods, some be type of different projects, development in different areas, to more thinking about resources in summer areas. So we all have different views, but at the end of the day, each one of us got elected to do a job to represent our constituents, similar to any other commission or any other person getting elected to any office. So my definitely question that I have through the chair to the table definitely will be just getting a clarification and understanding. Cleveland Community Police Commission, do you have an annual budget that you receive every year? If so, what is that actual annual budget for you to operate to the component that you have? Because when I see this award ladder of 26 awards and an amount of total of $1,080,000, I'm just trying to get understanding how often or what you get each year through the chair.
It should be in. Yeah. There's a percentage. They get a percentage.
So.
If you'd like, I can read from the charter.
Yeah, go ahead.
So the commission's annual budget may not be less than $1 million, adjusted annually under the federally established Consumer Price Index, or CPI, unless the commission itself requests a lower budget. So at a minimum of $1 million, adjusted for inflation. Council must increase the commission's budget by the greater of the CPI or the percentage of increases in the Division of Police budget. In addition to the amount above, as it may be adjusted, the commission will receive a budget for its grant-making to community-based violence prevention, restorative justice, and mediation programs as at least 0.5% of the amount budgeted for the Division of Police.
All right, and through that, thank you to the, what's your name? I just want to make sure I say it right.
Sorry, Commissioner Van Leer.
Thank you, Commissioner. So 1 million, and depending on inflation, maybe a little bit more, so that's where that 80,000 come at. Just want to make sure our clarification. So through the chair to the table, how do we measure success on the 1 million or through this commission?
Whoever can answer from the commission?
To the chair, to the councilman through the chair, are you talking about the grants themselves, or are you talking about our entire operational budget?
Operational and the grant, both.
Okay.
To the chair.
So grants, as I had mentioned earlier, it's the organizations that are being funded are telling us what their outcome measures are. We're not putting outcome measures on them. They're saying this is what we're asking for, so we want to do. This is how we're going to measure that. So we evaluate the grantees based on, did you accomplish what you said you were going to accomplish with the money we provided, right? So that's our measuring stick for grantees. For us operationally, it is next year specifically, do we get ourselves compliant with the consent decree? And do we hit our goals that we told the community we would hit in our operational framework? Further, the community may come to us with something, right? So remember, we are the Community Police Commission. So our number one measuring stick is how they feel about us, right? So we need to make sure, too, that they're getting what they want out of the money they said to invest into 115.5. So we will talk to the community, get feedback from the community, because they're our greatest measuring point there.
Yep, and thank you. And through the chair, I definitely would ask, how do we get connected as far as council members to these organizations? The reason why I asked that question through the chair is I see quite a few organizations doing citywide, neighborhood specific. How do we find out when they are actually operating their programming for us to take a visit? I know from this table, we pop up anywhere. You never know where we could stop into a meeting or actually see when this programming is taking place, because sometimes you can write really, really well, but when it comes time to actually implement it, you got to disconnect. What I mean by that is, I know so many organizations may have the capacity to apply for grants, then they turn around, find another organization who just doing stuff out of their pocket or on their own, and ask them, can they bring their kids or their group over, and they already got funded. So from our lens, we get calls about those type of issues, but then also I would like to see, because I see about 7 different organizations that is funded in Ward 5, and I would like to know what they're actually doing, how they're implementing. Do they got enrollment into their program? What relationship that you have as far as CMSD schools? I have a great relationship with all the schools in the neighborhood, all the resource centers, as social services providers. I would definitely like to be able to tap in with each of these organizations, just so I can get more so understanding of what they're doing and how I can be supportive. Because when it comes to the table, we want to be able to say, hey, I worked with this organization as well. I've been able to go to their couple meetings on an annual basis or weekly basis just to pop in to just support. And what I mean from a support standpoint, we understand what this $1 million or inflation of the $1 million goes to. So I definitely would like to ask, as a request, to connect with our staff, to work with the Cleveland Community Police Commission to see how they can give us some type of contact information on each of these organizations who has been rewarded, and so we can be able to make connections with them. Staff got that?
That's a very good point. Very good point.
Yep.
So that information would be fine. Because you know what the downside of what he just said is that a year from today, he's going to be at the table saying this group hasn't done anything, and there's been no accountability, because Councilman Starr monitors the groups that are working in his neighborhood, and he has every right to ask that question. Mm-hmm. So we're not going to fund groups, and we would urge you not fund groups that aren't going to perform. Okay.
Yep, and just like you said, Dean, that's something that is very important, because we get them calls, you get stopped in grocery stores about everything going on. You're like, no, we got a group that's helping in this capacity, And like I see 7 different organizations that that was awarded funding. I definitely would like to tap into them because there may be additional resources that I can help assist them with, and also we can know exactly what they're doing. So that was just my main point that I definitely wanted to bring, as well as other colleagues, because that is very important, and there are other ways to help support each other.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman House Jones.
Thank you. Through the chair, to the commissioners, interim director, welcome. Welcome. It's been a long day, child. Y'all didn't. Oh goodness. So just a couple of things. Going back to the budget. So accordingly, in our budget, in the 2023 budget, the commission was slated to budgeted for $2,089,717. And it does look like for the grants, I think it's like off a little bit by like $9,707, just FYI, according to what was budgeted. You know what I'm saying? It might be something else, but again, yeah, this was the sub-grantees. So that's the one thing, just a note, but I am excited, and this is exciting. I really want to applaud the commission's efforts to undertake this. I think, and this is the thing too, like, how did we get here? You know, it's very similar to, issue 38. Like, I think while we have disagreements on things, people want different. Like, people want different to get to some results. And people talk about, oh, we've been spending money. Well, clearly not enough. It ain't working. And no one says, oh, the police not working. Who said that? How much money has been spent there? And this is no shade. I'm just being for real. We are here because Cleveland is telling us we need something differently. And every statistic is telling us Cleveland needs something different so that we can get to some real results for our people. Health-wise, built environment-wise, economically-wise, everything. We need it differently. And so I think we have to extend a level of grace for our commissioners. You know what I'm saying? When they talk about the processes of building groups, forming, that's how people come together. I know, forming, storming, norming, and then performing. This is normal behavior, but I think we also, again, give people the grace and space to actually grow. And stop being so nitpicky on everything and not doing stuff. Like I told people, I'm learning a philosophy of don't accept criticism from people that I will not get advice from. And it has been very freeing for me. So most people that say things to me or criticize what I do, a lot of times, thank you very much. Because I know I don't go to these people for advice. And I would say for the commissioners, like, y'all good. Y'all gonna be all right. You have people that you don't know that are cheering for you. They might not talk to you. They might not send you an email. And I'll say, I'm one of them people. I'm rooting for y'all. Because I know we have some dedicated people. And people they just want a little bit of, just a moment to get some things right. So it would be helpful if you all could share the contact information, because similarly as my colleague asked for, especially those who are doing citywide stuff, of just understanding and like being for real, like $50,000 ain't no money. Like let's come on. But it's amazing what many of our organizations can do with $50,000. And and this is the thing, we want to have this level of scrutiny on our small grassroots organizations. We absolutely and through need to have it for our own city departments. What is the litmus test of our productivity? And then for the contracts that the city of Cleveland gives. If we're going to have if we're going to have some standards of productivity and performance, we are going to do it for everybody. Everybody. So I want the same energy for these contracts for development. For development, we need to have the same energy. That's all I'm saying. For audience, Clevelanders who are concerned about the commission, make sure you have the same energy for everything else that's going on in this city. We can go pick and choose and have selective memory of who we want to bring up. You know what I'm saying? Like, we just can't do that. That's not fair. It's not equitable, because we want to talk about equity. Let's truly work on that. So the one question I did have, because I'm through the chair to commissioners, how many hours a month do you all work?
Whoever can answer.
Most times, I do way over 40 hours a week for this community.
No.
I mean, every day.
I know, so I know this, but see, this is the other thing too, because I was just doing the basic math. I was just doing like $20. I was saying no, 20 hours a month, and you talk about 40 hours a week.
More than 40.
Right. So this is a thing. I think this is going to be for and I'll even just take it upon myself when it comes to these commissions. For every commission, we need to get a very clear understanding of how much work people are putting into it. Like literally, just I don't know what it is. It's different, but come up with a standard average time, and then we need to look at invested in people accordingly. You are way like I look at just your committee schedules. I'm like, what? And what you all get paid is like $9,006.72 a stipend a month. So it's about $750, give or take, and it's probably taxes out of it, give or take. That's we cannot expect this type of work to be volunteers or to getting menial stuff. You create burnout. That's just we got to stop that. And all commissions are not equal. They are not. We cannot compensate everybody the same. You have some commissions that don't even get the same amount as a commission that meets actively. We in Cleveland City Council, and I am going to ask us all to, in this budget cycle, to look and funding those who are serving on commissions differently. It should not be a standard stipend monthly, because the workload is not the same. And people may not agree with me, but that is something that I am going to move forward to work on in this upcoming mission, because we should be looking through an equity lens. Everybody ain't equal. So I did want to bring that up because, it's $9,006.92 that they are allocated a year. Like I said, the average around $750 per month. And like I said, just looking at all of the stuff, and we have a year's worth body of evidence that actually dictates that they are carrying more than their fair share, and they should be compensated accordingly. And I know, again, people know what they sign up for, so part of that is going to be volunteer, because that's what we all do, right? You got to go expand, but I think it just needs to be more equitable, and we need to have a better formula for that. So I think I probably had some more, but I did enough talking. So hey, y'all, and it's been. I'm hungry. Okay. All right. Thank y'all.
Okay, any other Councilman Slight?
I'll be quick because I know it's been a day. A comment and I guess a question. The comment is, and I've mentioned this before in a previous meeting, I know that there has been a position among some on the commission about the $50,000 limit for grants and a reluctance with having to seek authorizing legislation. I guess addressing it again a year in, I'd like to think that there's almost some kind of, like the Councilman Plensick and how we kind of like get along. I almost think of us as brothers and sisters. Like we get along, but we like sometimes we really dislike each other, but we're in the same family, right? Similar experience. It's difficult to work in a job under scrutiny. You're trying to do the right thing. So in the hopes that there's some sympathy for what we're both trying to do in our different roles, I worry that limiting these grants to $50,000 is while many may be able to do a lot with $50,000, there's a lot of opportunity to do so much more with more money. That was actually one of my criticisms of how participatory budgeting first came forward. I said, I think we're trying to spread money too thin. So I don't want to be spreading money so thin in such an important area. And these are many organizations that we do know and that we do work with in other areas. So if there's an openness to that, I would just like to say that I don't think that we are here trying to be adversarial. I think that there's just the charter requires anything over $50,000, and it's just typical departmental work.
To the chair, to the councilman through the chair, I will just say it's not an intentional thing. So this was a first-year learning program. We got far behind the fiscal year deadlines. Working with the law department, it just wasn't going to be possible to do the legislation fast enough and get it in front of you all to deliberate it fairly and push anything through. So this is not something that is going to be the future. It was just because it's the first year establishing the program, we ran into some legal hurdles that put us back a few months, and it made us put a hard choice, and that hard choice was we need to get this money out in this budget cycle, and the only way we were going to do that, working with law, was to put a cap on it this year only.
But on that point, specific point, one of your commission members indicated publicly that they didn't want to go under council scrutiny. That's why I did not want to go over
To the chair, that did
50,000.
happen, but that's one person's opinion. The
Okay, so
the
just so
committee,
you're
to
aware
your
of that.
point,
Thank
one
you.
person is not the commission, and this group really deliberated hard on what to do about that, and it was a solution for this year only. I know Councilman Slife, I believe some people came and actually met with you to find out what your interest is in this and what you would like to see in this program in the future. So we are very willing to meet with council people to discuss their ward needs going into the program next year, what we could possibly do better, and how we can improve this. And it doesn't limit large amounts in the future.
And can I just add, I just put a point in their chair. So this is the thing. Whoever that person is, because I don't know, because I got other stuff to do. I don't be watching our meetings. But what that person said, that's what a lot of people think. They just said it out loud and it was caught on camera. I mean, let's come on, y'all. Let's be for real. Like, it's people in the administration that avoid us at all costs. At all costs. So let's call a thing a thing. You know what I'm saying? People think that we waste their times. We're going to berate them. So we need to understand everything. We might not agree with it, whatever, but understand, like, there's sometimes there's things in what people say.
Okay, Council Lady, we hear you.
Okay, well, I'm just saying.
But I mean, there comes a point, really, I mean, okay, I'll leave it at that.
But what I would say is that the grant process is continually growing and we're expanding. So if possible, if we have a well-defined process and understanding with ours as well as that partnership with council, we can be more prepared to ensure that the residents that do apply or the grassroots organization that are applied, they are prepared, because we want to ensure that there is success, right? So if there is a process that you may have, and then we can work in partnership, right?
Sure. And I'll say the position of Charlie Slife is one, I guess, maybe of collective guilt. Have we as a body, are we always perfect? No. But are we inherently political and cynical and self-interested and everything's like we get characterized sometimes? I also don't think that's true. So like the reality is always between these poles, right? I was happy to meet with staff and just kind of walk through this is what happens in the legislative process. We can reconvene that conversation as it becomes useful. I guess, and this is maybe too big of a question to end with, but I don't want to lose sight that like the crux of the work is really about policing, and the grants are a small component, but it really is about standards, and you guys are getting up and running and having to establish your own mechanisms and work with this. So can you just give an update on how the work transitions more towards the crux of Chapter 115, which is about the rules and standards and reforms in policing?
To the council and through the chair. Yes. I think that there would be a major difference in our performance going into our sophomore year. This year has really been about the foundational work, setting the bylaws, electing the chairs, setting up the committees, establishing the framework that will be our roadmap for how we perform next year. Now it's time to move us toward meeting consent decree mandates and continuing to meet the mandates of 115, 5 through 115.5. So I think there will be a major difference in the work we did this year compared to the work we will do next year. And those frameworks have already been established by the police committees, and so we have that roadmap to work with. And I'm hoping that you will be very satisfied when we come back before you in another 6 months to say, this is what we have done.
And we are walking and chewing gum at the same time. That's one commissioner said that we need to do that, and I agreed with it, and that's what we're doing. So you have some committee chairs here that are already deep into the work of 115.5. Commissioner Van Leer is the policy chair. He is working on looking at the surveillance technology that's been adopted and ensuring that it comports with the consent decree requirements, that it comports with search and seizure, and further that there is police policy on it, right? Because the last thing that we want is them to have tools without guidance on how to use those tools. So he has a great committee formed around looking at those issues. Down here we have the accountability committee. One of the things that's really challenging for us is we're given the responsibility to put a forward-facing list of police officers who violate Brady-Giglio provisions, which are 2 court cases that talk about police officer integrity, right? So that's a major thing. We may be the only oversight body in the country that I'm aware of that is charged with the responsibility to look at officer integrity and then put a forward-facing list. Previously, that was exclusively in the prosecutor's domain. She has a wonderful group put together there to advise us on how to do that without jumping in and running the risk of some legal problems on how to set that up. So we are moving forward on some of these very important 115.5 things at the same time as doing this work.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, and I do appreciate those board members that have come over and have asked to sit down and talk with me, and I'm not going to identify them, but I appreciate their taking the time. Just a comment, council not only walks and chews gums, but we juggle at the same time. So we got a lot on our plate. So I want to thank the board members who could be here today, the acting director. Is that the proper title, acting director? Interim director. And again, we're here to work together. We're here to work together. Again, as I want to just repeat, if there are issues or requests that are being made of the city and the city is not complying with that, then we need to know that. Okay? We want cohesiveness. We want accountability, working together so we can get through all this stuff. On that note, without any further questions, the committee is adjourned. We've been here since 10 o'clock. What a wonderful day. Committee is adjourned. Thank you.